Hey guys, tonight we're starting with a slightly darker theme. When people picture slavery in ancient Rome, they often imagine absolute dominance, owners holding unchecked authority over those they enslaved. While that image isn't entirely false, the truth is far more layered. Over the course of Rome's 12th century stretch, the practice of slavery evolved, and so did the boundaries of ownership. One of the earliest mentions of slavery comes from Dionysius of Halicarnassus, who claims that even Rome's founder Romulus permitted parents to sell their children into bondage. In those early days when Rome was still a humble village, the social divide was narrow. Many citizens who were considered wealthy simply maintained modest farms, working side by side with a handful of slaves. This arrangement created a more intimate dynamic between slaves and their owners. Daily labor shared between the two often prevented the harshest forms of abuse. Plus, the close-knit structure of early Roman communities meant that slaves mistreated too severely could easily flee to nearby towns, pressuring owners to act with a bit more restraint. But as Rome expanded through conquest, society transformed. By the 5th century BCE, roughly 20% of the population was enslaved. This major shift drastically altered how slaves were viewed and treated. The increase in numbers and the growing divide between classes led to harsher conditions for the enslaved. During the Republic, no firm legal boundaries were placed on a master's behavior. In theory, censors, government officials could intervene in extreme cases of cruelty, but this was more of a suggestion than a duty. Censors only served for a year and a half every 5 years, meaning most of the time no one was watching. To make matters worse, slaves couldn't legally file complaints. Only free citizens had that right. From the founding of the censor roll up until the rise of the empire, we find no official record of a censor stepping in to help a slave. This doesn't prove it never happened, but the silence in the historical record suggests such interventions were extremely rare. Things began to change slightly under the empire. There are scattered examples of emperors stepping in to protect slaves. Augustus, for instance, is said to have spared a slave's life after he accidentally broke a crystal goblet. Hadrian went so far as to exile a woman for viciously beating a female slave over a minor issue. Still, these were isolated moments, not signs of a major shift. Gradually, small laws began offering some safeguards. Around the 1st century CE, two laws, Lex Aelilia Sentia and Lex Fufia Caninia, regulated how and when slaves could be freed. Under Claudius, if an owner abandoned a sick slave and that slave recovered, they were automatically freed. Owners were also required to bury deceased slaves properly. By 61 CE, the Lex Petronia prevented owners from sending slaves into arenas with wild beasts unless a judge agreed. Domitian and Hadrian also outlawed castration. In 61 CE, Emperor Antoninus Pius declared that killing a slave without justification, such as stabbing or outright murder, was punishable, though this didn't include deaths caused by severe discipline like brutal whipping. By 319 CE, Constantine went further, making intentional killing of a slave legally equal to murdering a free person. Over time, Roman society shaped a set of 4 common contract conditions that were often added to slave sale agreements. One clause, nima nomitator, barred the new owner from granting the enslaved person their freedom. In contrast, upma nomitator required the buyer to eventually free them after a given period. Another, upit pituta, compelled the buyer to move the individual away from a certain region or city. The last, ni prostituta, strictly prohibited the exploitation of enslaved women in prostitution. These terms remained attached to the individual even if sold again. Violating these conditions could lead to specific consequences noted in the original agreement, and under Emperor Constantine even triggered automatic emancipation. Interestingly, while prostitution was explicitly addressed, no equivalent protections covered other exploitative forms of labor. Still, these legal exceptions did little to ease the overall cruelty of the system. Roman legal principles didn't stem from compassion, but from a desire to maintain public order and safeguard economic assets. Stronger protections only applied if a previous seller had included them. Otherwise, there were few barriers to abuse. Even in eras marked by apparent legal progress, Roman law treated enslaved people as instrumenta vocalia, or speaking tools, rather than individuals with inherent rights. The few limits that did exist were mostly meant to preserve the slave's market value, not to acknowledge any sense of humanity. The slow expansion of these legal clauses over more than 1,000 years reflects an effort to place some restrictions on unchecked authority, yet it ultimately fell short of addressing the fundamental injustice at the heart of slavery, a time of sickness, strange justice, and soupy meals. Let's step into what daily life really looked like back in the Middle Ages. Ditch the fairy tales and heroic knights for a second, because surviving even one day back then, not likely. But before we unravel the grit and grime, go ahead and hit the like button, and subscribe if you're actually into this kind of stuff. And hey, drop a comment with your location and what hour it is for you right now. It's always cool to see where people are tuning in from. Alright, lower the lights, maybe run a fan for some ambient noise and get ready to slip into a very different kind of bedtime story. Congrats, you've just opened your eyes in the year 1325. Silver lining, you're breathing. Downside, so are the fleas. Your mattress is a flattened sack of old straw, halfway decomposed, crawling with insects and reeking like a stable, because it used to be one. Memory foam, never heard of it. Your bedding includes a single itchy wool blanket that hasn't seen water or soap in nearly a year and is now heavy enough to be classified as livestock. A distant clang jars you awake. That's the bell tower. The medieval version of your phone alarm, but with more judgment and less snooze. Your house, a single-room timber box with no glass, no insulation, and the luxury of shared living quarters, with your parents, your siblings, your neighbor's chicken, and more bugs than you'd care to count. And the smell, imagine expired beer, musty sweat, barn animals, and a faint whiff of fungus you try not to acknowledge. No air fresheners, no incense, just natural aroma. As you try to stretch, the cold bites your skin and your joints groan in protest. You're 22, which is practically retirement age back then. Your back pops like old floorboards and your knees sound like a sack of gravel. Climbing out of bed is a full-body mission. The ground beneath your feet, either damp from the rain that slipped through your leaky roof or crusted with mystery goo thanks to someone's rogue poultry. Barefoot, always. Private space doesn't exist. You're waking up sandwiched between relatives and at least one person who shouldn't be there but never left. Curtains, what curtains? It's a group activity from the moment your eyes open. Welcome to sunrise in medieval Europe, where being alone is impossible, mostly because of lice, rats, and a family of 9 all breathing in your direction. And this is the beginning of your day. Somehow you've survived getting out of bed. Good job, but now nature's knocking, loudly, and this is where you'll start longing for modern plumbing. No porcelain throne, no flushing handle, no paper rolls, and definitely no Febreze. In 1325, using the bathroom is more of an ordeal than a relief. For peasants, the restroom is likely just a battered wooden pail out back, which bad news is already overflowing because old Stan from next door had a questionable turnip stew. The stench, apocalyptic. You hold your breath, handle your business, and then surprise, you toss it into the road. Yes, the actual road. There's even a shout involved. Something like gardy-loo, which is medieval speak for duck. Not that anyone ever dodges fast enough. The streets aren't cobbled dreams, they're open-air drains full of human waste, animal mess and mystery puddles you'll never want to step in. And if by some twist of fate you live in a place that has public toilets, congrats, you now get to perch on a plank next to a stranger in a hut where the concept of personal space is laughable and the smell is a full-body experience. You can try to chat but maybe skip the deep breaths. Toilet paper. That luxury didn't exist. Folks wiped with whatever was available. Dried grass, scraps of fabric, handfuls of leaves, moss, or if they were really splurging, a bit of wool. In many cases they used absolutely nothing. It's no wonder shaking hands wasn't exactly in fashion back then. Living in a castle didn't necessarily upgrade the bathroom situation either. Instead of an outhouse you might get a garderobe, basically a hole in the wall that emptied straight into the moat below. Sounds clever until you realize that invaders could and sometimes did sneak in through that very same chute. Yes, enemies literally crawled in through the poop tunnel. So whether you were working the fields or lounging in a manor, going to the bathroom was less about relief and more about survival. It was cold, unsanitary, and far from private. One wrong step on a slippery stone and you'd be face-planted in human waste. And the worst part, you haven't even cleaned your teeth yet. But we'll come back to that. For now, congrats, you've survived medieval plumbing. Time for food, right? Don't get your hopes up. This is the Middle Ages. Warm, comforting meals are a myth. Breakfast was bleak. No eggs with runny yolks, no creamy lattes, and definitely no trendy toast. Instead, you'd sit next to a smoky hearth and dig into a bowl of greyish sludge. That's your daily serving of pottage. A thick mush made from leftovers, grains, root vegetables, and if you hit the jackpot, a bean or two. It never got fully emptied. Just constantly refilled. Imagine a never-ending stew of whatever was lying around, and with it, a chunk of bread so dense it could double as a weapon. Made from barley or rye, it was sometimes stretched with odd fillers like acorns or sawdust. Don't even think about slicing it, you basically had to wrestle with it. As for drinks, orange juice wasn't on the menu. Water was filthy and dangerous to drink, so instead everyone, even children, drank ale. Not the fun, frothy kind, but weak beer brewed for the sole purpose of not killing you. It was the safer option though, no one actually enjoyed it. Want a bit of cheese or a slice of meat? Keep dreaming. That was reserved for holy days if you were lucky. Most people saw meat maybe a few times per year. Fresh fruit only appeared when it happened to grow nearby, and most of it got turned into wine or vinegar. Spices, forget it. A dash of black pepper could cost more than you earned in a month. Salt was so precious it was often locked up, so you'd chew on that chewy bread, sip your morning ale, and try not to gag at the rat that may or may not have visited your pot overnight. Breakfast wasn't nourishing, it was just the thing that occurred before labor, and now that you're running on the bare minimum it's time to work yourself into the ground. After all, survival didn't wait. Next up, getting dressed. Not that it offered much variety. Your entire closet consisted of one outfit. That's it. One. Usually a scratchy wool tunic or a rough linen shift that had seen too many seasons. Fashion didn't change, clothes simply fell apart over time. If you were lucky, you had a linen layer underneath. If not, it was wool directly on your skin day after day, chafing and itching with every move. And forget underwear. That was optional. Whoever made your clothes probably didn't even know what a hem was, and with no laundry detergent or washing machines, the fabric was stiff, stained, and smelled like a barn in midsummer. Washing anything was an ordeal. Hauling water from a stream, heating it, rubbing your garment with ash or soap made from animal fat, and praying for sunshine so it could dry. And shoes? Don't even ask. If you had a pair, they were basically stitched leather sacks offering about as much protection as a paper towel. Most people walked barefoot through mud, animal droppings, sharp rocks, and disease-ridden puddles. The bottom line, everything was uncomfortable, and if you're not eating, don't worry, medieval Europe already had an answer. You get swapped out. That's it. Grab your rusty hoe, ignore the bleeding hands, and keep at it. Because back then a job wasn't about climbing a ladder, it was a long drawn-out test of how much misery you could handle before collapsing. Once your spine feels like it's made of splinters from working the land, let's dive into everyone's favorite daily surprise, weather. Because back then it wasn't really about spring or fall, it was just the sky bullying you year-round. Let's kick off with winter. No cozy rooms, no radiators, no seals on doors. You lived in a shack with wooden slats that had enough gaps to play peekaboo with the outside world. No glass in your windows either, just some cloth fluttering in the wind. The fire crackling in the corner sounds cute, but you're out of wood, and chopping trees is a luxury, sometimes even a crime. Yes, jail time or worse for gathering sticks. So you crawl into your one soggy wool shirt, camp out by the dying fire, and still wake up with icicles on your eyelashes. Your toes feel like wet rocks, your fingers won't bend, and your skin might just fall off. There's no doctor to name it frostbite, it's just called being unlucky. Skip ahead to summer. Surely it gets better. Nope, now your tiny home turns into a dirt oven. No airflow, no fan, no cooling system. You're sweating buckets but can't peel off layers unless you want to be shamed, burned by the sun, or eaten alive by bugs. The flies, everywhere. They love your sweaty body and the leftover meat stew stinking up the corner. At night, mosquitoes scream in your ear while you're trying to ignore a screaming toddler or drunk neighbor. The sun during the day cooks you like meat on a spit and you still have to keep working. No sunscreen, no shade unless you've turned into a walking haystack with a DIY hat. If you collapse from heat, people just say you're having a rough day, so you're either freezing in your moldy little hut wondering if your feet still exist, or roasting in the sun while your thighs turn into sandpaper. And guess what? Your outfit still scratches, your food still sad, and your next task is always waiting. That's medieval climate control for you, meaning none at all. Thirsty? Need to rinse off? Think again. Water in the Middle Ages isn't refreshment, it's a trap. Let's begin with what you drink. That little creek nearby. Sure, it looks like a peaceful fairy tale stream, but upstream someone probably just dumped a bucket of waste into it. If not, a rotting animal might be floating by. Every gulp is a game of roulette with germs, worms, and whatever else medieval science hadn't discovered yet. That's why they drank beer. Yep, kids too. But before you imagine mini party animals, it was weak beer, barely alcoholic, but enough to make it less deadly than pond water. Brewing meant boiling, and boiling meant fewer stomach bugs. If you were rich, you could drink wine, but that usually meant being buzzed before lunch. As for bathing, technically yes, water could be used for washing, but most people didn't. They thought scrubbing your body actually made you vulnerable, like diseases would sneak in through open pores. So cleanliness meant leaving the grime alone. Dirt was your armor. Public bathhouses were a thing, but quickly turned into places for gossip, affairs, and late-night shenanigans. That didn't sit well with the church, so many were closed down, and even if you did want to bathe, It was a full-blown operation, fetching water, heating it and trying not to freeze to death while doing it. Most folks just skipped it. You had to haul water from a well, heat it over an open flame and pour it into a wooden tub that almost always leaked. Then you had to hope no one else in the house used it before you, or even worse, after you. Rainwater was stored in open barrels where birds left droppings, insects multiplied and moss grew unchecked. Doesn't exactly sound like a refreshing splash, right? Whether it was for drinking, washing or watering crops, water in medieval times was more a risk than a necessity. Take one wrong sip, and you could find yourself dying slowly in a bed of straw, clutching your belly and regretting every choice you ever made. So next time you enjoy a glass of clean tap water, remember those who lived when hydration came with danger. They either drank the water or maybe not. Maybe they just stubbed their toe on a rock shaped like disappointment. Either way, sickness was almost guaranteed. You'd need medical help. Too bad if you lived back then, because medicine was basically polite torture mixed with religious rituals. Let's talk about diagnosis. Whatever ailed you, cough, rash, broken bone or even the plague, was blamed on your humors being out of whack. Those humors were blood, phlegm, yellow bile and black bile. Medieval doctors believed health meant keeping these four fluids balanced, like some strange internal soup. Running a fever, too much blood in your system? The solution, bloodletting. Yes, draining your life force with a dull blade or a leech was standard practice. And often barbers doubled as doctors. Imagine getting a haircut and a blood drain at the same time. 2 treatments for the price of 1. Feeling down or anxious? That was definitely an overflow of black bile. The cure: laxatives, warm herbal cleanses or prayers with a cold compress while your family quietly starts preparing your coffin. Breaking a bone or suffering a bad wound? That was serious trouble. There was no anesthesia unless you count fainting from pain, and surgeries were performed with rusty knives, often unchanged since the Crusades. The tools were heated not to sterilize but to intimidate. Antibiotics wouldn't arrive for centuries and the germ theory of disease was unheard of. People thought illness came from bad smells or God's anger at your sins. Got a stomachache? Blame your sinful thoughts. Get ready for a confession while vomiting. If things worsened, the treatment meant more leeches, crushed insects and a priest reciting last rites. At that point, death was considered the most likely cure. And if you somehow survived, everyone just figured God had mercy. The doctor took credit and the leech got a promotion. So yeah, medieval medicine was less about healing and more about surviving the ordeal. After a long day battling lice, exhaustion and bloodletting, it was finally time to eat. You'd shuffle home, stomach growling, ready for your one pleasure: a warm meal. Bad news, your food was probably trying to kill you. Food storage barely existed. No refrigerators or freezers. Just salt, smoke or hope that cold air would keep things from spoiling. If you were lucky, the meat you had was hanging out for days, swarming with flies, soaked in dubious brine and possibly shared with a rat or two. Bread was the staple, but even that could be dangerous. In poor years, peasants stretched it with bark, sawdust or even clay. And if it was rye season, there was a nasty surprise called ergot, a fungus that caused convulsions, hallucinations and sometimes death. Basically bread mixed with LSD and tetanus. Vegetables? Only if they were in season. And one vegetable was always in season: turnips, boiled, mashed or floating in pottage, which, as you might recall, was basically a mysterious stew simmering since your great-grandfather's funeral. Fruit appeared in the fall but rotted fast. Sugar was rare and expensive, hoarded by the wealthy to show off their blackened teeth. Dairy was another gamble. Fresh milk spoiled within hours, while butter and cheese lasted longer but were packed with bacteria. People eat whatever's available because honestly, the alternative is chewing on tough, worn-out leather boots. Now about seasoning: spices like pepper, cinnamon and nutmeg were rarer than treasure. For the common folk, flavor usually came from onions, a pinch of salt if they were lucky, and a lot of suffering. Most meals tasted like soggy burlap sprinkled with despair. But food wasn't just a matter of survival, it was political too. Hunting deer or rabbit, that belonged to the lord of the land, not you. Get caught stealing game and the punishment could be a hefty fine, jail time or even death. Yes, your dinner could literally hang you. So as you sit down to that dull grey stew by flickering firelight, know that every mouthful was an angle. Yet you ate because in medieval times food didn't just fill your stomach, it tested your luck. Night falls, you've toiled, endured and barely digested your questionable meal. You might think it's time to relax, but hold on, God's watching. So is the priest and Agnes next door, who won't hesitate to snitch if you skip mass. Religion wasn't a part of life back then, it was life. The church ran everything: your schedule, your laws, your schooling, whether you could read, your birth, marriage, death, everything. Think of the church as your spiritual landlord, and you're always behind on rent. Each day was ruled by the ringing of prayer bells, morning, noon, and night, not because people forgot, but because missing a prayer was a sin. Forget to bow? Sin. Eat meat on a Friday? Sin. Daydream about your neighbor's wife? Double sin. And oh, it was terrifyingly real. Priests painted vivid pictures of fiery rivers, boiling blood lakes, demons with pitchforks, and endless screaming. If the plague didn't terrify you, eternal damnation sure would. You couldn't read the Bible yourself because it was written in Latin, a language only monks, priests, and the rare noble kid learned. You depended on the church to explain everything, which meant if the priest said your bad harvest was punishment for weak prayers, well, you better pray harder. Tithes, a tenth of everything you owned, were compulsory. Wheat, you gave wheat. Chickens, eggs, nothing at all. Congratulations, you were spiritually bankrupt and financially doomed. Holidays were holy days, many of them. Though they meant a break from hard labor, they were far from relaxing. Instead, you attended mass, fasted, confessed your sins, and reminded yourself that happiness was a luxury you couldn't afford. Questioning the church was dangerous. Heretics were burned, witches drowned, blasphemers flogged, and skeptics swiftly corrected. So you kept quiet, followed the rituals, bowed, prayed, and hoped your soul might one day reach paradise if the priest found you worthy. Because in the Middle Ages God might show mercy, but the church was harsh. If life as a medieval peasant seemed hard, try living as a woman. All the filth, hunger, and fear came with childbirth, obedience, and invisibility in society. Being a woman was like playing on the hardest difficulty with no health potions and no save points. From birth, a girl's fate was mostly sealed: marry young, have children, serve your husband, and die worn out. Education was rare unless you were noble enough to go to a convent, otherwise your learning stopped at butter churning and sewing repairs. Marriage came early, really early. Being promised to someone at 12 and pregnant by 14 was normal. Love, not part of the equation. It was about land, livestock, and political deals. Your opinion, not asked. Once wed, you belonged to your husband. Your role was to have heirs, feed the household, manage the home, and stay silent. Complaining wasn't really an option. It could get you labeled a nag, or worse, a witch. That meant a quick trip to drowning or burning, depending on the local customs. Giving birth back then was basically a gamble with death. No checkups before birth, no clean instruments, no pain relief. Midwives did what they could, but even small problems could end in tragedy for mom, baby, or both. Some women made it through 10 pregnancies, many didn't make it past the first few. And don't think you're off the hook once the baby arrives. Now you're stuck with a crying newborn in a filthy hut, while expected to cook, clean, breastfeed, and still work the fields. No breaks for you, you were the one everyone else counted on. If you weren't married, people eyed you suspiciously. If you were widowed, you were vulnerable. And if you spoke your mind, you were dangerous. Women who didn't fit the mold often got branded witches, especially if they knew about herbs, had a strong will, or even just glared at the wrong person on a rainy day. Even inside the church, women had little power. Nuns followed strict rules: no talking unless given permission, no freedom to move about, always ranked below men spiritually. In short, being a woman in the Middle Ages meant enduring hardship, obeying orders, bearing children, and suffering quietly, all while keeping up a pleasant face. Because even in a time filled with pain, women were expected to endure with grace. So far, you've battled dirt, hunger, injustice, and maybe even a goat. But just when you think things couldn't get worse, here comes violence. Loud, brutal, and often just accepted as normal back then. The Middle Ages were far from peaceful. Law and order mostly meant hoping your local lord was in a good mood. Violence was everywhere: in homes, on the streets, battlefields, church disputes, even at the communal breadline. Crime was common, punishment harsh, and justice was more show than fairness. Steal some bread and you might lose a hand. Tell a lie and your tongue could be pierced. Gossip too much, you might get the scold's bridle, a metal mask strapped to your head with a bar in your mouth to keep you quiet. Accused of something serious: heresy, theft, witchcraft. You'd have to prove your innocence through torture. Trial by ordeal was common: stick your hand in boiling water to grab a stone. If it heals clean in 3 days, you're innocent. If not, guilty. Or be thrown into a river, sink and you're innocent, but probably drown. Float and you're guilty and face punishment anyway. It was like a cruel game show where survival was the prize and the host wanted you to fail. If you were sentenced to death, it was a public spectacle: hangings, beheadings, burnings, all watched by cheering crowds. Sometimes folks brought snacks, the medieval version of primetime TV. Domestic abuse was normal. Husbands had every right, even duty, to punish wives and kids. Fights in the streets happened regularly. You could get beaten just for glancing at a noble's horse the wrong way. And war? It was always simmering. Local feuds, fights over land, religious crusades. Someone was always marching off to stab someone else in honor for God, or just because. Violence wasn't a failure of medieval society, it was the society. Everyone knew life was fragile, justice was random, and your neighbor might smash your skull over a pig. So keep your head down, watch your step, and never trust anyone carrying a club. If you've survived lice, bloodletting, endless chores, and the threat of public punishment, the final chapter awaits, an early, unglamorous death. Making it past 40 was almost like winning the lottery. You might even get called the old one, more a miracle than a compliment. Average life expectancy hovered around 30 to 40 years, but infant deaths heavily skewed that number. Nearly half of all children died before age 5. Illness, starvation, or a harsh winter could end them. No vaccines, no antibiotics, no safety net. Childhood survival meant entering adulthood already exhausted. Work started early, leading to creaking joints by 25 and the likely loss of teeth, a finger, and optimism. Women faced the perilous gauntlet of childbirth, a leading cause of death due to lack of pain relief and medical intervention. Men faced dangers like farming accidents, infections, violence, and risky travels. Death could also come swiftly from plagues or slowly from famines. Even bad luck like spoiled food could be fatal. Funerals were often hasty and unceremonious to prevent disease spread. Medieval life was brutal, short, and constantly threatened by death. Retirement was not an option. People simply stopped working. A typical day involved waking up in filth, using a bucket as a toilet, rudimentary teeth cleaning, hunger, back-breaking work, itchy clothing, fear of the plague, and the risk of public execution for trivial offenses. This stark reality contrasts with the romanticized view of gallant knights and noble ladies. The medieval world was gritty, cruel, and unfair, with little social mobility. While the rich had better survival chances, they still faced dangers like disease and violence. Even nobles in their drafty, flea-ridden castles weren't immune to misery. Life was relentless, with everything taking longer and hurting more. Survival, not leisure, was the focus. Even moments of reflection offered little opportunity for improvement due to the lack of modern advancements. People lived and died within a small radius of their birth. Yet, despite these hardships, they found reasons to laugh, sing, tell stories, love, and find meaning, demonstrating human resilience even in the darkest times. Today, with clean beds, indoor plumbing, antibiotics, and central heating, it's worth acknowledging the modern world and the struggles of ancestors who overcame rats, famine, and feudalism. Before becoming the powerful Catherine the Great, Empress of Russia, she was simply Sophie. Sophie Federica Augusta von Anhalt entered the world in 1729. Born into a minor German princely family, her small duchy in Pomerania held little real influence or power. Yet Sophie herself possessed something no noble title could grant: a keen intellect, undeniable charm, and an intense ambition burning quietly within her. Her childhood was marked by strict discipline. Her mother, Johanna, was distant and shrewd, more focused on climbing the social ladder than offering warmth or affection. Her father, a Prussian officer, was detached and rarely imposed strict control. Early on, Sophie mastered the delicate balance between obedience and slyness. She was an avid reader, fluent in several languages, and had a talent for sizing up a room before speaking. Skills that would become essential in navigating one of Europe's most ruthless courts. When Empress Elizabeth Petrovna of Russia sought a bride for her heir, Grand Duke Peter, she cast her gaze beyond Russia's borders. Peter, of German heritage himself, was expected to marry a foreign princess who would be easy to influence and grateful to be there. Sophie matched these criteria perfectly: noble lineage, Lutheran faith, which she would have to renounce, and a reputation for grace combined with modesty. At just 14 years old, Sophie was called to St. Petersburg in 1744, arriving in the icy Russian capital, wrapped in simple German attire and wearing a practiced diplomatic smile. She was pushed forward by her ambitious mother like a pawn in a game. But Sophie had a strategy of her own. To fit into Russian society, she converted to Orthodoxy, adopting the name Ekaterina Alexeyevna, Catherine. This public conversion was not just a religious shift, it was a turning point, a deliberate severing of ties with her past, stepping into an unfamiliar empire with no way back. No one witnessing the quiet teenager cloaked in fur that day could foresee the turbulent path ahead: betrayal, revolution, awakening, and empire. From the moment she entered the Russian court, Sophie stopped being just a noble girl and began plotting her rise to queen. Her marriage to Grand Duke Peter was supposed to secure her place in Russian royalty, but it quickly felt more like imprisonment than honor. Peter, the future Tsar, was far from the romantic hero of fairy tales. Awkward and immature, obsessed with toy soldiers and war games, he was disinterested in ruling or showing any warmth toward his young wife. Some records suggest he delayed consummating the marriage for years. Peter idolized Frederick the Great of Prussia and resented the Russian court that had adopted him. Catherine, on the other hand, threw herself into embracing Russia wholeheartedly. She learned the language, absorbed its history, and mastered Orthodox traditions. She was determined to belong. Peter, meanwhile, wanted only to escape. This divide was not merely personal, it was a battle of politics and power. The Russian court was rife with intrigue, suspicion, and ruthless maneuvering, while Empress Elizabeth still held firm control, though her health was weakening. Everyone expected change was inevitable, and everyone had their own plans. Catherine found herself under constant surveillance. Her correspondence was intercepted, her friendships carefully observed, and every step she took was under a microscope. She couldn't place her trust in anyone, not her husband, not her mother, who still whispered foreign agendas into her ear, nor even the household staff. In this world, loyalties could flip into accusations overnight. But Catherine was sharp. She mastered the subtle art of court politics, quietly building alliances behind the scenes. She won over military leaders, befriended scholars, and earned a reputation for grace and composure, qualities that sharply contrasted with her husband's immature fits and blatant disrespect for Russian customs. Privately, she immersed herself in the writings of Enlightenment philosophers like Voltaire and Montesquieu. Though seen by many as just a young consort, she was crafting a vision not just for herself but for Russia itself. A land grounded in strength, knowledge, and reason. Yet there was a major obstacle. As long as Peter lived, Catherine remained stuck in a powerless role, married to a ruler unfit to govern. So she stayed patient, attentive, and strategic. She understood the throne wouldn't simply be handed down, it had to be claimed. Then in 1762, after nearly 20 years of waiting and quietly maneuvering, Catherine seized her opportunity with astonishing precision. Empress Elizabeth had passed away, and Peter, now Peter III, finally took the throne. But his rule began to collapse almost immediately. Within months, Peter alienated the church, insulted the nobles, offended the military, and oddly praised Prussia, Russia's longtime adversary. He overturned important policies, humiliated the clergy, and openly discussed divorcing Catherine to marry his mistress. The court, uneasy about his unpredictable behavior, grew cold towards him. The army, loyal to Catherine, murmured in secret. Even everyday Russians, proud and devout, viewed Peter as a foreign puppet, disrespecting their traditions. Watching this unravel, Catherine acted. In July of the same year, while Peter was away at his summer residence, she executed a nearly bloodless coup. With support from key officers including her lover Gregory Orlov and his influential brothers, she paraded through St. Petersburg in full regalia, was declared Empress Catherine II, and secured the loyalty of the powerful Imperial Guard. Peter, caught off guard and isolated, surrendered within days. He was placed under arrest and soon after died under suspicious circumstances. Officially, it was said to be hemorrhoidal colic. Unofficially, many believed it was murder. Catherine was now empress not by birthright or marriage, but through sheer determination, intelligence, and boldness. It was unprecedented. A foreign-born woman with no legitimate claim had taken Russia's throne without bloodshed. Yet her real test was just beginning. She needed to turn this daring takeover into a lasting rule. Would Russia accept her? Would the nobility respect her authority? Could she keep the empire intact without suffering the same fate as her husband? Catherine knew power won through intrigue was fragile and easily lost. She had to lead not as a mere plotter, but as a visionary ruler. Thus began her transformation from a cautious conspirator into a reforming empress, one who would redraw borders, embrace Enlightenment ideals, and redefine female leadership. Once crowned, she could have rested on her success, but she aimed for something greater than simply holding power. She aspired to reshape Russia, not just militarily or politically, but intellectually. While Peter idolized Frederick the Great and played with soldiers, Catherine admired Voltaire and the bold thinkers of the Enlightenment. She trusted in reason, advancement, learning, and saw the monarch's role as a servant to the people, even though she ruled with absolute power herself. Catherine didn't merely study Enlightenment ideas, she embodied them. For more than 15 years, she exchanged letters with Voltaire, praising him while defending her own autocratic rule. She welcomed Diderot to her palace, and even bought his entire library to support him financially. Behind the scenes, she studied legal works closely, debated reform ideas, and designed policies aimed at modernizing the empire. Her early years on the throne focused heavily on organizing Russian law. In 1767, she established a legislative commission, a bold initiative to rewrite Russia's entire legal system. Catherine's own instruction was disguised as a political statement, advocating equality before the law, condemning torture and emphasizing rulers' duty to serve the public good. For an 18th-century Russian empress, these were revolutionary thoughts. Still, Enlightenment ideals had to contend with the reality of Russia, a massive, feudal, deeply traditional land ruled by nobles who preferred their serfs firmly underfoot. Catherine understood this well. Though she pushed for reform, she proceeded with caution. Some brutal punishments were ended, secular education became more accessible, and she founded schools and libraries. Yet she also reinforced the nobility's power over their serfs to keep their loyalty intact. This was Catherine's delicate balancing act, a philosopher queen on the surface, a pragmatic ruler behind closed doors. She walked a fine line between lofty ideals and the harsh necessities of power, between the refined salons of Paris and the raw political struggles of Moscow. Her vision for Russia was daring but always measured. In many respects, Catherine wasn't trying to simply Europeanize Russia. She aimed to modernize it in her own way. Reform, yes, but firmly controlled, like a velvet glove over an iron fist. Yet Catherine's ambitions didn't stop with internal changes. She wanted to stretch Russia's reach, turning it into an empire that commanded respect, fear, and envy. If Peter the Great had cracked open a window to the west, Catherine intended to tear down the walls entirely. Under her rule, Russia's borders grew larger than ever. Her wars were not only about protecting her throne but about redrawing Europe's map. One of her greatest military efforts targeted the Ottoman Empire. Throughout the 1760s and 1770s, these campaigns, fought in waves, were about more than land, they were about power. Catherine saw herself as the liberator of Orthodox Christians under Muslim rule, and the rightful guardian of Eastern Europe. With generals like Alexander Suvorov and Grigory Potemkin leading the charge, Russia seized crucial territories, including Crimea, the northern Black Sea coast, and sought coveted warm water ports, a long-standing dream of Russian czars. These triumphs weren't just battlefield successes, they carried deep symbolism. Each conquest proclaimed that Russia was no longer Europe's remote, backward cousin, but a continental powerhouse. She also looked westward. Through cunning deals and diplomatic strategies, Catherine took part in the partitions of Poland, dividing the faltering Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth alongside Austria and Prussia. After the Third Partition in 1795, Poland vanished from the map, and Russia gained vast new lands and millions of subjects. But Catherine's conquest wasn't only about armies. She colonized with ideas too. New towns arose, trade routes expanded, and German farmers were invited to settle and develop Russian fields. From the frigid Baltic to the sunny Black Sea coast, the empire became a patchwork of diverse peoples and regions. And throughout all this, Catherine was the driving force, reading reports, giving commands, and personally shaping the ever-growing empire. He was seized, locked in an iron cage, and publicly executed by beheading in Moscow, a harsh signal to anyone thinking of rebelling. After that, Catherine tightened her grip on power and order. Her hopes of freeing the serfs quietly vanished. The uprising had revealed the harsh truth. Enlightenment ideas could only go so far in a land still bound by old feudal chains. She turned more firmly toward the nobility, who promised loyalty in return for full control over their serfs. This marked a major shift. The empress who once admired Voltaire now chose stability above all else. Reform slowed down and the government's watchfulness grew. Even the faintest hint of rebellion was crushed before it could spread. Pugachev lost his head, but his revolt left Catherine with a lasting lesson. Power built on inequality won't hold forever. Eventually the storm will come. By the time Catherine the Great neared the end of her life, she had ruled Russia for over 30 years, longer than any other woman in the country's history. From the moment she claimed the throne, she broke expectations, reshaped her realm, and redefined what a female ruler could achieve. Under her leadership, Russia grew into a true European force. The empire expanded by more than 200,000 square miles, taking over Crimea, parts of Poland, and stretches of the Black Sea coast. These were more than just military victories, they were smart moves that secured warm water ports and transformed trade routes. But Catherine's impact wasn't just about borders. She made a lasting cultural impression too. She helped create the Hermitage Museum and collected one of Europe's finest art collections. She exchanged letters with leading Enlightenment thinkers. Her court became a hub of elegance, culture, and intellectual ambition. In a country often seen by Western Europe as backward, Catherine made Russia a center of culture. She reformed education by opening schools for girls and encouraged book publishing. She even introduced the smallpox vaccine to Russia and publicly took it herself, a bold move for that era. Still, her reign was full of contradictions. Though she admired Enlightenment ideas, she never freed the serfs. In fact, serfdom spread deeper into Russian lands. Her reforms were impressive but mostly top-down, aiming to refine the empire's surface without changing its core. Nevertheless, Catherine brought both ambition and stability. She knew power wasn't something given by birthright, it had to be built, maintained, and fiercely protected. She ruled not by divine right but through sharp political skill, willpower, and careful strategy. People called her many things: manipulative, cruel, reform-minded, seductive, but above all she was effective. When she died in 1796, Russia was richer, bigger, and stronger than it had been for centuries. She left behind a secure throne, an expanded empire, and a legend that lasted well beyond her time. Catherine didn't just wear the crown, she commanded it with intelligence, planning, and an unshakable hold on history. By doing so, she became more than just an empress, she became a legend. Despite all her power, conquests, and enduring influence, Catherine the Great was at heart a woman navigating a male-dominated world, bending it to her will. Behind the official portraits and royal decrees was someone deeply aware of her fragile position. She wasn't Russian by birth. She came to power through a coup. She ruled a nation that didn't want a woman in charge. Yet she not only survived but thrived. Catherine refused to be a mere figurehead. She read constantly, wrote often, and never stopped learning. Her days were packed, reading reports, writing letters to foreign leaders, reviewing state documents, and managing a court full of rival factions. She didn't just sit on the throne, she worked it like a born leader. At the same time, she was often lonely. Surrounded by courtiers, lovers, and artists, she confessed in her memoirs how few people she truly trusted. Her son Paul, whom she feared and kept away from power, grew into a man she worried might undo all her achievements. Her closest emotional bond with Gregory Orlov slowly turned into friendship, but his death in 1791 left a lasting sorrow. Catherine was a master of shaping her own story. She understood the power of image better than most rulers of her time. She presented herself as Russia's mother, the enlightened queen, a warrior, an empress, and a patron of the arts. But beneath these roles was a woman who faced rejection, betrayal, scandal, and rebellion, and kept pushing forward. When she passed away in 1796, she left behind a changed empire and many unanswered questions. Could she have done more to abolish serfdom? Did political pressures force her to compromise her Enlightenment beliefs? Was she more a reformer or a ruler? History honors her with a title she never claimed herself: the Great, not because she was perfect, kind, or just, but because she seized power and held it on her own terms in an era and place where women were not expected to lead. She didn't just wear the crown, she redefined what it meant to earn one. Deep within the humid jungles of Chiapas, southern Mexico, the ancient ruins of Palenque whisper forgotten tales of the Maya civilization. Massive temples pierced the green canopy, their limestone facades worn by centuries, yet still filled with mysteries. Then in 1994, a hidden secret surfaced. A group of Mexican archaeologists, led by Fanny Lopez Jimenez, was examining Temple 3, a modest pyramid beside the famous Temple of the Inscriptions, the resting place of the powerful King Pakal the Great. At first the temple seemed unremarkable, until they noticed something unusual: a sealed chamber beneath it. Untouched by looters, it was perfectly preserved. When the team broke in and descended, they discovered a stone sarcophagus resting silently. The air was thick with the weight of ages. Upon opening the lid, a cloud of brilliant red dust, like smoke, billowed out. Inside, the sarcophagus was coated in powdered cinnabar, a toxic mercury sulfide used ceremonially by the Maya. Within this crimson haze lay the skeleton of a woman, buried with utmost care and reverence. Her fragile bones remained intact, her skull adorned with a jade mask, and around her offerings of necklaces, diadems, and earspools crafted from jade and shell. Everything about this burial screamed nobility, yet there was no inscription, no glyphs identifying her. It stood as one of the richest female burials ever found in Mesoamerica, and a complete mystery. Why the red powder? Who was she? A queen, a priestess, or perhaps Pakal's wife? The archaeologists named her the Red Queen, a title that endured. Even with modern science, Her identity remains uncertain, though they dated her to the 7th century during Palenque's golden age. Unlike most Maya tombs, hers was deliberately hidden, untouched and set apart. This burial was more than ceremonial, it was spiritual. This woman wasn't meant to be remembered through words but through ritual, color and the enigma she left behind. The most striking feature of the Red Queen's tomb wasn't the jade or the silence, but the red dust. A thick layer of powdered cinnabar coated every surface, the sarcophagus, the walls, her bones and the offerings. It clung like blood to stone. For the Maya this was intentional. Cinnabar made from crushed mercury sulfide was among the most sacred and dangerous substances in the ancient world. Its vivid red hue wasn't just eye-catching, it symbolized blood, rebirth, and the vital life force linking humans with the divine. Red was holy, the color of sunrise, sacrifice and life rising from death. It wasn't merely symbolic but deeply spiritual. Covering the dead with cinnabar was a ritual to transform the body, not to preserve it forever but to prepare it for transition. In Maya belief, death was not an end, but a passage to another cosmic realm. So, whoever the Red Queen was, she wasn't simply buried, she was being readied for deification. But there's more to this story. Cinnabar is highly toxic. Prolonged contact can cause mercury poisoning, leading to shaking, hallucinations, and even death. The Maya probably didn't grasp the science behind it, but they definitely knew its power. It was unstable, potent and dangerous. To cover a body in cinnabar was a statement. This person was far from ordinary. At Palenque, only a select few were buried with the red powder. Palenque, the great and powerful king whose pyramid dominates the site, was one of them. Like him, her remains were drenched in the striking red dust. This alone sparked much debate. Was the Red Queen his wife, his mother, or someone of equal divine standing? Her skull rested on a jaguar skin, another sacred symbol. Surrounding her were bone needles, obsidian knives, and tiny jade figurines, all suggesting rituals performed either while she lived or in her honor after death. Every detail of her burial spoke silently, telling a tale of hidden power. She was prepared to enter the underworld, not quietly, but in ceremony, bathed in the hue of sacrifice. Encircling the Red Queen's blood-red remains was a quiet world, interrupted only by the shine of jade, shell and obsidian. These weren't simple decorations. They were offerings carefully chosen to guide her on her journey to the Maya afterlife. The Sabalba, heavy jade necklaces lay beside her, their polished surfaces still gleaming after centuries underground. Jade was more than beautiful, it was sacred. To the Maya it symbolized eternal life, the green of maize, the life force of the jungle, and the breath of the gods. Only the highest elite were buried with jade. The Red Queen wore it on her chest, wrists and ears, a clear sign she held power and perhaps divine favor. One of the most striking items was the jade funerary mask that covered her face. Unlike Egypt's golden death masks, hers was subtle, made from tiny mosaic tiles that followed the shape of her skull. The mask had a ritual purpose: to protect her soul, preserve her identity, and present her as divine before the gods. Near her remains lay bone needles, obsidian blades, and shell objects, possibly tools for rituals or symbols of her role as priestess, healer, or royal matriarch. One bone pin was inscribed, faint but deliberate, a small whisper of her lost voice. Around the tomb's edges and at her feet sat ceramic vessels, still sealed, likely filled once with offerings, food, drink or incense to sustain her spirit in the afterlife. The Maya believed death was a journey, dangerous, layered, full of trials. These objects were not luxuries but necessities. The tomb feels intimate, not cluttered, but purposeful. There's no gold, no chariots, no grand display, just carefully chosen items with spiritual significance. It was a roadmap for the soul. Through these treasures we see how the Maya viewed death not as an end, but as a transfer of power. The Red Queen's burial was not meant to erase her memory but to prepare her for ascendance. Despite the tomb's grandeur, one mystery remains. No name, no inscriptions mark her sarcophagus. No glyphs on the walls reveal who she was. She was clearly important, but from the moment her tomb was discovered, experts have tried to piece together her identity. The strongest theory is that the Red Queen was Sakbuajau, the wife of Kinik Janadeb Pakal, better known as Paul the Great, Palenque's most famous ruler. Sakbuajau was more than just a queen. Born into nobility, she married into Palenque's royal family at a young age, bore at least 3 sons who all held high ranks, and played a vital ceremonial role during her husband's reign. If anyone deserved such an honored burial, it was her. Supporting this idea is the tomb's placement, located just steps away from Pal's magnificent burial site within the Temple of the Inscriptions. This closeness seems intentional, suggesting a deliberate pairing, husband and wife, rulers united even in death. Then there's the cinnabar. Only 2 tombs in Palenque showed such heavy use of cinnabar. Pal's and the Red Queen's. It's hard to see this as mere chance, yet the mystery deepens here. Scientists ran DNA tests on both remains hoping to confirm their relationship, but the findings were inconclusive. The woman's bones revealed no direct maternal link to Pal, though that doesn't dismiss the possibility of marriage. After all, spouses don't share blood. Some theories propose she might have been Sak-Kuk, Pal's formidable mother who ruled before he came to power. Others think she could have been a high priestess, a sister, or a royal ancestor whose name has faded from history. Still, the strongest evidence points to Takuau, a queen by title, mother of kings and Pal's spiritual equal. Her anonymity might not be accidental. In Maya belief, the soul's memory survived not in stone monuments but through ritual, symbols and the whispers of the earth itself. Thus the Red Queen hovers between myth and reality, a woman who ruled, remembered not in inscriptions but in crimson and quiet reverence. To truly grasp who the Red Queen was, we must understand the society she belonged to, a culture where Maya royal women held more power than often realized. Politics was a family affair in Maya civilization. Royal women were far from passive consorts. They acted as diplomats, priestesses and influential leaders. They performed sacred rites, funded temple construction, and were vital in securing the dynasty's legitimacy. Their lineage was political currency, used to forge alliances and strengthen claims to the throne. Take Sak-Kuk, for example, Pal the Great's mother. When the throne stood vacant, she governed as queen regent until her son was old enough to rule. She was no mere caretaker. She issued orders and oversaw major building projects. Without her leadership, Pal might never have ascended. And she was not unique. Across the Maya world, in places like Yaxchilan, Naranjo, and Calakmul, inscriptions depict women leading major ceremonies, engaging in political alliances, and sometimes ruling outright. These women appear in stone carvings and murals, adorned in elaborate headdresses and royal garments, often standing beside kings as equals or even superiors. Their voices were etched in glyphs, their names passed down until time gradually erased them. By the arrival of Spanish conquistadors centuries later, much of this history had been lost. Colonial narratives portrayed native women as silent, powerless figures in a male-dominated society. Yet archaeology reveals a more nuanced story, one where gender roles were complex and power was negotiated, not simply inherited. This backdrop casts the Red Queen in a new light. She may not have officially ruled, but her richly adorned burial and her position beside Pal signal that she was a crucial figure in the royal hierarchy. Her jade mask wasn't mere ornamentation, it symbolized her identity and power in life, preserved even in death. Her bloodline might have been the very foundation holding Palenque's dynasty together. In Maya culture, a queen was not just a title. She was guardian of sacred ancestry, a voice in ritual and often a bridge between gods and mortals. Though nameless, the Red Queen was never without influence. Her burial was not only lavish but carefully designed with purpose, steeped in Maya cosmology, ritual symbolism and intentional layout. Her tomb was more than a resting place, it was a portal to eternity. Her body lay within Temple 13, one of Palenque's smaller pyramids, located near the Grand Temple of the Inscriptions where Pal the Great rested. This proximity was no accident. The temple's locations were sacred, aligned according to astrology, myth and dynastic tradition. Temple 13 may seem modest next to its imposing neighbor, but it hides something deeply personal, a sealed crypt, untouched by looters and perfectly preserved. Built deep within the temple's core, it's reachable only by a steep, narrow staircase. Descending feels almost like a ritual journey into the underworld. The burial chamber itself is plain, constructed of cut stone and sealed tight for over 1,130 years. No murals or glyphs decorate the walls, no elaborate carvings recount her story. But perhaps this silence was purposeful. This was a space not for the living to interpret but for the dead to transform. At the chamber's center, her sarcophagus rests like an altar hewn from limestone. It mirrors Pal's grand stone coffin nearby. While Pal's lid is famously covered with images of cosmic rebirth, the Red Queen's tomb is simpler, more restrained. Many critics labeled her as greedy for power, even likening her to a conqueror. But for Catherine, growing her realm wasn't just about ambition, it felt like fate. She believed a true leader wasn't judged solely by ideas but by the size and strength of their lands. Her aim wasn't merely to govern Russia, she wanted to transform it into a polished empire. One that inspired fear in foes, earned respect from allies, and owed loyalty only to her. Despite her intelligence and authority, Catherine the Great was equally well known for what happened behind the scenes in the palace. And no, it wasn't all quiet scholarly discussions. Her personal life quickly became one of the most discussed parts of her rule. She had more than just a couple of lovers. She kept a carefully selected group of companions, many much younger, often charming and sometimes influential in politics. She never tried to hide them. In fact, she frequently rewarded their loyalty with noble titles, land and generous pensions. Those who displeased her were quietly let go, sometimes with a courteous farewell and even a promotion elsewhere. One of her most significant companions was Gregory Potemkin, a man as daring as he was intelligent. Their bond mixed romance, politics and teamwork. Some scholars think they might have secretly wed. Together they directed military campaigns, colonization efforts and reshaped southern Russia. Potemkin was far more than a lover, he was almost a partner in ruling. Yet Europe couldn't overlook the scandal. Rumors flew around. Satirical cartoons and pamphlets portrayed her as lustful, insatiable and unstable. After her passing, the gossip grew uglier, including the outrageous and false story about a horse, spread by her enemies to tarnish her name. But why such fixation? The answer is simple. Catherine was a woman who embraced power boldly. In a time when female monarchs were expected to be either pure saints or tragic victims, she refused to fit into either mold. She lived, loved and led by her own rules, and that made her a threat. Ironically, while critics called her immoral, Catherine was deeply thoughtful about love and desire. She saw pleasure as a natural part of living and believed personal affairs didn't have to interfere with leadership. She managed to separate feelings from politics, a skill many male rulers struggled with. In truth, her relationships were often carefully chosen. She surrounded herself with men who were loyal, competent and politically useful. When they no longer served her purpose, she dismissed them kindly, often with a smile and a comfortable retirement. Far from weakening her reign, her love life was a calculated part of her power play, a mix of passion and politics that made her memorable, envied, and feared. Yet for all her charm and control, dangers loomed during her rule. In 1773, one such threat emerged in the form of a bearded Cossack named Yemelyan Pugachev. He was no ordinary rebel. Pugachev claimed to be Peter III, Catherine's late husband. According to him, he had survived the coup and now returned to reclaim his throne from the foreign usurper. The claim was absurd. Peter was long dead. But for Russia's oppressed masses, truth didn't matter. What mattered was hope. Pugachev promised freedom and end to serfdom, lower taxes and land for peasants. His message sparked a fire throughout the Volga region, especially among Cossacks, peasants and religious traditionalists. At a time when the gap between nobles and serfs was cruelly wide, his words sounded like salvation. The Pugachev rebellion became Russia's largest peasant revolt ever. Towns were seized, fortresses fell and nobles were killed. For a frightening moment it seemed the empire might break apart. Catherine was unsettled. This wasn't a war she could solve with cavalry charges or diplomatic deals. This was a rebellion from her own people rising up against the system itself. She stayed calm and responded swiftly. She sent her trained troops to crush the uprising mercilessly. Pugachev's forces were defeated by 1774. The focus turns inward on the body, the cinnabar and the ritual surrounding death itself. Yet subtle architectural details hint at deeper meaning. The tomb is positioned east to west, symbolizing the sun's path from life into death. Though small, the chamber carries weight. It feels intentional, intimate, a sacred space for someone honored. Maya temples were more than buildings. They served as cosmic links between heaven, earth and the underworld. Being buried inside one meant rising above the mortal world. The Red Queen's eternal resting place was no random choice. It was a carefully designed shrine where death transformed into something beyond. Her bones lie sealed in stone, her spirit infused in cinnabar, and her memory lives on through the very structure around her. This temple speaks silently, telling us she was important. For the ancient Maya, death wasn't a final stop but a gateway, a holy passage into the underworld called Sababa. For the Red Queen, crossing this boundary was not only a spiritual journey but also political and cosmological, marked by deep ritual. Burial ceremonies were carefully planned events, based on myth, meant to guide the soul through dangerous underworld realms. Maya art and texts show that Sababa was no peaceful afterlife. It was a dark labyrinth filled with blood rivers, deadly trials and death gods. Only those buried properly, ritually prepared and spiritually ready could reach the other side. The Red Queen was wrapped in cinnabar, enclosed in stone, and surrounded by gifts, all signs of elite burial. but there's more. Bone needles and obsidian blades found in her tomb suggest auto-sacrifice rituals, possibly symbolic tools linked to rites she performed in life, or reenacted during burial to strengthen her spirit. Her jade mask wasn't just for show, it likely served as a spiritual vessel preserving her face and identity for the journey ahead. To the Maya, the face reflected the soul, which needed recognition by the gods. Ceramic vessels nearby may have once held chocolate, maize, water, or pelk, nourishing her in the next world. Items like stingray spines or shell trumpets probably served as spiritual tools, calls to the gods, or ritual tokens. Burial was more than a farewell, it was transformation. The Maya believed in cycles: death as a seed, burial as planting, and afterlife as rebirth. Kings and queens were seen as earthly gods, returning to divine origins in death. The Red Queen, adorned in the color of blood, entombed within a pyramid, and honored with offerings, was being prepared not as a mortal, but as part of the sacred cosmic order, ready for rebirth. Her burial marked not an end but the start of her legend. Just a short distance from her tomb is another famous resting place in Mesoamerica, that of Pakal, or Pakal the Great. His grave inside the Grand Temple of the Inscriptions is renowned for its craftsmanship, scale, and deep spiritual meaning. What truly sets the Red Queen's burial apart is not just the treasures found within, but where it was discovered. Her final resting place lay concealed inside Temple 3, right next to the monument of Pal. In a city like Palenque, where every temple's location was chosen to mirror celestial order, this close placement was no accident. It was deliberate, a message carved in stone. Many experts think the Red Queen was Zak Buau, Pal's queen and close companion. Though her tomb has no written inscriptions, the parallels with Pal's burial are undeniable. Both were shrouded in cinnabar, interred in pyramids, surrounded by jade and honored with great care. Their funerary rites reflect one another, as if telling two parts of a sacred story. Pal's sarcophagus famously portrays him descending into the underworld tree, a vivid scene of death and rebirth. The Red Queen's simpler tomb shows no such imagery, but the meaning lies in their pairing. If Pal symbolized the sun, traveling through the underworld at night to rise anew, then the Red Queen might represent the moon, the feminine force tracing her own mysterious path across the sky. Together they symbolize a cosmic balance, masculine and feminine, king and queen, sun and moon, order and ritual. In Maya belief, rulership was never a solo affair, it was about relationships. The harmony of the universe demanded equilibrium. This extended into royal life. By resting the Red Queen next to Pal, the Maya preserved more than a marriage, they honored a cosmic partnership. Their closeness in death likely reflected their roles in life, a queen not beneath, but alongside her king, sharing not only power but legacy. Their tombs communicate silently, two souls wrapped in cinnabar and stone united forever. One of history's most profound quiet stories. Though her name has vanished with time, the Red Queen of Palenque lives on, not as a forgotten artifact, but as one of the ancient world's most mysterious and commanding women. Her tomb, sealed for over 13 centuries, now murmurs across ages, stirring questions that grow louder with every new find. Her identity remains a puzzle. No glyphs name her, no thief recorded her tale. Yet the care given to her burial, the lavish gifts, and the crimson-stained bones, all point to a woman of great importance. Not just as a spouse, but as a figure wielding genuine influence, spiritual power and noble blood. Today, the Red Queen challenges our assumptions. She reminds us that in Maya culture, women were far from silent. They led sacred rites, ruled cities, and shaped dynasties. While kings like Pal have long held the spotlight, the return of the Red Queen calls us to remember that power was shared. It flowed through mothers, queens, priestesses, and visionaries. Her impact is more than the riches left behind. It's the dialogue she has sparked among archaeologists, historians, artists, and storytellers. Every jade bead, every layer of cinnabar, every architectural detail of the temple speaks with intention. This woman mattered, and perhaps the most remarkable part of her tale is what remains unknown. Not what we have uncovered, but what still eludes us. The Red Queen teaches us that history is not merely a set of facts. It is a living mystery, a shared desire to connect with the past. Her story continues to unfold. She lies cloaked in red, the color of life, sacrifice, blood, and renewal. Her face, once hidden beneath a jade mask, now looks back at us through the lens of science, art, and awe. Nameless yet not silenced. Enigmatic yet unforgettable. The Red Queen may have ruled a kingdom while alive, but in death she commands something even greater, our imagination. Her tomb remains sealed in stone, Her story unfolded quietly. Yet somehow she still finds a way to speak. Frida Kahlo came into the world on July 6, 1907, in Coyoacán, then a small village just outside Mexico City. The house where she grew up, known as Casa Azul or the Blue House, was alive with color, contrasts and a steady, silent strength. In time it became more than just a home. It transformed into a refuge, a battlefield and eventually a museum celebrating one of the 20th century's most unforgettable artists. Frida was the third daughter among 4 girls born to Guillermo Kahlo, a photographer of German-Hungarian roots, and Matilda Calderón, a devout Catholic with both indigenous and Spanish heritage. Her parents were quite different from each other. Guillermo was quiet and thoughtful, while Matilda was deeply religious and emotionally reserved. From her father, Frida inherited a reflective nature and an artist's eye. From her mother, an unbreakable spirit. As a young girl, Frida was full of imagination, outspoken and fearless. She devoured books and asked questions many adults preferred to avoid. But when she was 6, polio struck, leaving her right leg thinner and weaker. Though she tried to hide the difference under long skirts, it never dampened her fiery spirit. The illness kept her confined to bed for months, away from other children. During this lonely time, she bonded with her father, who pushed her to stay active, riding bikes, exercising, and keeping her mind sharp. Unlike many girls of her era, Frida didn't dream of marriage or domestic life. Her ambition was to become a doctor. At 15, she earned a spot at the prestigious National Preparatory School in Mexico City, one of the very few girls admitted. There she stood out not just for her smarts but for her rebellious humor, bold ideas and distinct style. She became part of a circle of young thinkers called the Cachuchas, who debated everything from philosophy to politics. Revolution and challenging the status quo fascinated her. Even before the accident that would forever change her body, and before her name became legendary, Frida was already carving out a fierce identity, one that refused to be boxed in by anyone else's expectations. Growing up in Coyoacán wasn't just about childhood, it was the beginning of a complete reinvention. On September 17, 1925, Frida's life was split into before and after. That afternoon she climbed aboard a wooden bus with her boyfriend Alejandro Gomez Arias after school. They were laughing, teasing, maybe even arguing because Frida never did anything halfway. Then suddenly disaster struck. The bus crashed into a streetcar. The impact was brutal. The streetcar smashed the bus against a wall, shattering wood and hurling passengers about. Frida was pierced by an iron handrail that entered through her left hip and exited her pelvis. Her spine broke in 3 places. Her right leg was shattered. Her foot twisted out of place. Her collarbone, ribs and shoulder were broken or dislocated, and her abdomen was punctured. She was only 18. A stranger draped a borrowed coat over her broken body. Another noticed something strange. Her body wasn't just wet with blood, it shimmered with gold dust. The powder carried in a small pouch had burst open on impact, covering her in a sparkling, almost magical dust. Frida was rushed to the Red Cross hospital, where she faced many surgeries in the months that followed. She lay immobilized in a full-body cast for weeks, unable to move, battling infection and uncertainty. The dream she once held dear, becoming a doctor, seemed to drift farther away with each day. Yet amidst the quiet stillness, something new began to emerge. Her father handed her paintbrushes and her mother ingeniously set up a special easel hanging over her bed. A mirror was fixed above so she could gaze at herself, and there, confined in plaster and pain, Frida found herself picking up the brush. What started as a way to pass time soon grew into an obsession. At first she painted her own image, because she had no one else. But these were not acts of vanity, they were acts of survival. Though the accident had shattered her body, it opened a gateway into her mind, her physical being, and eventually into the strange language of suffering and identity that would become her signature. The girl who once aspired to heal others was now beginning to heal herself, stroke by stroke, while trapped in her cast, fighting her body's rebellion with every breath. Frida painted. What began as therapy transformed into a unique visual language, raw, deeply personal, and often uncomfortable to witness, which was exactly what she intended. She avoided pretty flowers or serene landscapes. Instead, she laid bare her pain, physical, emotional, and existential. Her early paintings were self-portraits, not out of vanity but because, as she famously explained, "I paint myself because I am often alone and because I am the subject I know best." These first works were modest in size, done on metal or wooden panels, drawing inspiration from Mexican retablos, devotional images telling stories of suffering and miracles. Frida turned this tradition inward. Her own body became the canvas. her feelings the altar. She portrayed herself as fractured, pierced and bleeding. In one piece, nails pierced her like a martyr. In another, she floated alone in a desolate landscape, tethered to a broken pillar symbolizing her damaged spine. She depicted herself crying, broken, even decapitated but never defeated, always alert and present. Her pain wasn't prettied up. She captured trauma's harshness with a mixture of beauty, defiance and even a hint of humor. Each work reclaimed her body, her story, and her identity as a woman in a world eager to define her otherwise. But Freda wasn't simply recounting her life. She was creating a fresh, powerful visual narrative, blending Mexican folk art, surrealism, medical imagery and symbolism. Her paintings became dreamlike dissections of her soul, wrapped in vibrant color, culture and myth. When she finally regained enough strength to walk again, albeit with pain, Freda was no longer the aspiring doctor. She had transformed into an artist whose work was unlike anything anyone had seen before. She had taken the darkest event of her life and turned it into something creative and profound. Freda didn't just show her pain, she forced the world to confront it, turning suffering into a sacred form of self-expression. In 1928, still healing and just 21 years old, Freda met Diego Rivera, a man who would come to define the most intense and complicated chapter of her life. Rivera was 20 years older, and already Mexico's most renowned painter, a towering figure both physically and artistically. Known for his grand murals filled with political messages celebrating Mexican culture and history, he was a giant in his field. Freda admired his work from afar, but now she sought his judgment. She approached him at the Ministry of Education, interrupting his work on scaffolds to ask bluntly, "Do I have talent?" Diego glanced at her paintings and replied, "Yes, and not just out of kindness." He saw in her a rare, unfiltered voice, raw, unpolished, full of rage, irony, pain and beauty. The relationship quickly grew as intense as it was creative. Freda once reflected, "I had two accidents in my life. One when a streetcar knocked me down and the other was Diego." They married in 1929, a union puzzling to outsiders. Diego was large, famous and often unfaithful. Freda was sharp-witted, fiercely independent, and already reliant on a cane. Her family likened their marriage to a pairing between an elephant and a dove. Their connection was passionate but volatile. Diego was a strong supporter of her artistic journey and constantly encouraged her growth as a painter. Yet he was repeatedly unfaithful, even betraying her trust with Freda's own sister Cristina. The heartbreak devastated Freda, who in response also sought love outside their marriage. With both men and women, rumors even linked her romantically to Leon Trotsky and the painter Georgia O'Keeffe. They divorced in 1939 but remarried a year later, setting new terms. This second union was less about romance and more about creative collaboration and mutual respect. Freda insisted on keeping her independence, her home, her finances, and her name. Despite the betrayals and pain, Diego stayed a powerful presence in her life. He pushed her boundaries, wounded her deeply, but also believed in her fiercely as an artist, a revolutionary and a woman reshaping the meaning of painting. Their relationship was far from calm, but it was unforgettable. During the 1930s, Freda traveled with Diego across the U.S., following his major mural projects in San Francisco, Detroit, and New York. These trips exposed her to American industrial wealth and the harsh contradictions of capitalism, which clashed with her strong Mexican pride, communist beliefs, and love for indigenous culture. Witnessing the extravagance amid the Great Depression deepened her disillusionment. She often mocked America's obsession with material things and appearances in letters home, longing for the raw energy and vibrant complexity of Mexico. While Diego worked on large factory murals, Freda focused on smaller, intensely personal pieces on tin and canvas. Her artistic style matured, sharp, surreal, emotional, and intimate. It was during this period she created many of her famous self-portraits. But Freda didn't paint herself for vanity. Painting was a way to endure. Her own body, racked by pain from a serious accident, multiple surgeries and a miscarriage in Detroit, became the subject of her work. Her portraits reveal a raw, exposed self, often wounded and fragmented, but her gaze remains steady, calm, and unapologetic. One of her most striking paintings, Henry Ford Hospital, shows her lying on a hospital bed, tears falling, surrounded by symbolic images like a fetus, a snail, and medical instruments. It's a brutally honest portrayal of loss and suffering. Back in Mexico, Freda threw herself into leftist politics alongside Diego. They even sheltered Leon Trotsky during his exile. Freda embraced traditional Tijuana dresses not just as fashion but as a statement of cultural pride and resistance. Her art was inseparable from her beliefs. Her identity, body and political stance all fused into her paintings. While Diego painted bold revolutionary murals, Freda focused on the human cost of upheaval. A body broken, a mind tormented and a self that confronts itself unflinchingly. Despite illness and exile, Freda evolved into more than just a painter of pain. She became a symbol of resistance. Returning to Mexico in the late 1930s, she was no longer simply Diego Rivera's wife. She emerged as a powerful artist in her own right. Her work alive with raw honesty, surreal imagery and cultural pride. Her home, Casa Azul in Coyoacán, became a vibrant haven, a blend of tradition and rebellion, with bright cobalt walls, yellow trim, Aztec statues and free-roaming monkeys and parrots. The house was an extension of Freda's spirit. She filled it with pre-Columbian artifacts, folk art, revolutionary books and dressed herself in striking Tijuana dresses, flowers woven in her hair. Surrounded by the scent of copal incense and the sounds of mariachi from the street, she painted in an explosion of creativity. Her art grew more detailed, symbolic and politically charged. The two Fredas revealed her divided self, one in European attire with a bleeding heart, the other dressed in indigenous clothing, strong and composed. This painting was her visual story about love, loss and heritage. In 1939 she showcased her work in Paris, where luminaries like Picasso, Breton and Kandinsky praised her distinctive style. Yet even among surrealists, Freda resisted being categorized. When André Breton called her a surrealist, she rejected the label, saying, "They thought I was a surrealist, but I wasn't. I never painted dreams. I painted my own reality." She portrayed Mexico not as a pretty postcard image but as a vibrant, living place she deeply loved. Her paintings were filled with meaningful symbols: skeletons, hummingbirds, hearts, thorns, corn and blood. She paid tribute to the indigenous heritage of her country while revealing the harsh realities of its history and ongoing struggles. Despite her artistic voice growing more powerful, her health steadily worsened. Endless surgeries, infections and constant pain became part of her daily life. Yet she continued to create, often lying in bed, her torso tightly wrapped in corsets, gripping her brush with clenched fingers. Freda had come back to Mexico not to rest but to reclaim her strength through her art, her politics and her bold self-expression. Throughout the 1940s her body betrayed her more and more. Her spine was breaking down and her right leg suffered frequent infections. She endured over 30 operations, many an exhausting series. Sometimes she was confined to bed for months, trapped in body casts or stretched by traction machines. Still she painted. Every canvas became a way to release pain and fight back. Her work darkened, growing more rebellious. She painted with a sharpness born from suffering, no longer hiding behind symbols. In the broken column she split herself down the middle, nails driven through her body with a cracked ionic column standing in for her spine. Yet her expression was steady, her eyes brave. Pain was no longer just something she suffered, it was her constant companion, her enemy and her inspiration. Her political voice grew stronger too. She joined the Mexican Communist Party, marched in rallies, wrote passionate letters, and spoke out against imperialism and injustice. When she couldn't walk anymore, she showed up to protests in a wheelchair, defiantly holding signs and shouting slogans. In 1953, Freda finally received her first solo art show in Mexico, a long-awaited honor. Her health was so fragile that doctors told her she shouldn't attend, but Freda did what only she would do. She arrived by ambulance, carried in on a stretcher, placed in the middle of the gallery on her hospital bed. Wearing traditional clothes and surrounded by her paintings, she welcomed visitors with tequila, laughter and that same fierce fire in her eyes. Her last paintings were both innocent and haunting. In Marxism Will Give Health to the Sick, she showed herself in a steel corset, held by the hands of Marx, casting off symbols of oppression. Her final known piece was a still life of sliced watermelons, one with the phrase "Viva la vida, long live life." Even facing death she stayed defiant, joyful and political. Freda's last self-portraits were not just pictures, they were acts of rebellion, painted through pain but signed with life. On July 13, 1954, at 47 years old, Freda passed away in the very home where she was born, the Blue House in Coyoacán. The official cause was a pulmonary embolism, but those close to her spoke of something more. She had been sick, yes, but also drained by pain, surgeries and a long battle with her own body. Just days before, she had attended a political protest against the CIA coup in Guatemala. Weak and in a wheelchair, she insisted on going, her fist raised high. Revolution was her final breath. Her final diary note was short, yet it cut deep. "May my departure be filled with joy," she wrote, "and may I never return." Freda's farewell was honored inside Mexico's crown jewel of the arts, the Palacio de Bellas Artes, draped in the scarlet banner of the Mexican Communist Party. Her body was surrounded by loved ones, artists, family, friends, and fellow revolutionaries. Diego Rivera was devastated. He called her the deepest love of his life, even though his infidelities had nearly destroyed her. Yet what followed after her passing was nothing short of remarkable. Frida Kahlo refused to fade into history. At first, only art enthusiasts spoke her name in hushed admiration. Critics couldn't quite pin her down, too radical for surrealism, too abstract for classical styles. But over time, her presence began to grow. Through the 70s and 80s, as feminists dug up long-buried voices, Freda's rose with power. She became more than an artist, she became a symbol. A survivor who spun agony into beauty. A rebel who painted through resistance. A proudly Mexican soul who never apologized for her roots. A beacon for queerness, for the disabled, for outsiders of every kind. Her striking look, brows united, eyes locked forward, flowers crowning her head, became iconic. Her house turned into a museum. Her personal writings became cherished relics. Today her paintings hang in the most respected galleries around the globe. Freda spent much of her life overshadowed by Diego. But in death she took center stage. What she left wasn't just art, it was a reflection. One that challenges us to look not with sympathy but with boldness. Now her face is everywhere. On shirts, walls, figurines, internet memes and posters. People recognize the flowers, the stare, the brows. But it's what lies behind the image that truly matters. Freda never tried to be polished. She didn't aim to fit expectations. She didn't care for rules. In a world obsessed with flawlessness, she gave us something raw. Something human. She embraced her differences, her broken body, her fluid identity, her political fire, and turned them into masterpieces that defy time and borders. She's become a legend, not just for painting but for daring to live on her own terms. To the LGBTQ world, she's a trailblazing bisexual icon who refused to hide. To women, she's a fierce reminder that you don't need approval to be powerful. To disabled creators, she's proof that art can rise from pain. And to her country, she's a national treasure, bold, traditional, and ever-burning. Her canvases, once dismissed as too weird or too emotional, are now praised as masterpieces. Paintings like the two Fridas, self-portrait with thorn necklace and hummingbird, and the broken column don't just hang, they speak to anyone who's ever hurt and needed to turn that hurt into meaning. She lived on the edge of society and made that edge the spotlight. She embodied contradiction, a communist dressed in gold, a betrayed heart that kept loving, a shattered body housing an unshakable spirit. And she never stopped painting, not just with brushes but with boldness. Frida Kahlo didn't set out to be a symbol. She simply told her truth, and by doing so gave voice to countless others who had never seen themselves in art before. So today, when we see her image, we don't just see a famous face, we see bravery, we see beauty, we see defiance. Freda isn't gone, she's eternal. Back in ancient Greece and Rome, wealthy women were known to decorate their faces with cosmetics, a fashion influence that traveled from Egypt. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, and beauty products became a luxury that only the elite could afford. Ordinary folks simply didn't have the means for such indulgences. Religious leaders during this period kept a strict eye on personal grooming. Wearing makeup wasn't just frowned upon, it was considered an insult to God's design. In fact, for a time, painted faces were associated with sin and immorality. As such, looks were commonly linked to brothels. Eventually, theologian Thomas Aquinas suggested it was acceptable for wives to enhance their appearance, but only to keep their husbands loyal. Still, women had to tread carefully, not becoming too attractive, lest they lure the attention of other men. This left many confused, since beauty is subjective and hard to define. Let's take a deeper dive into the strange and often unsettling standards of medieval beauty. During the 1400s, having a small nose, thin lips, and an oval-shaped face was thought to signal innocence and purity. Because women were expected to cover their hair, many pulled their hair back tightly beneath hoods to make their faces look more open. For those without naturally high foreheads, some resorted to pulling out their hair to raise the hairline artificially. Altering one's looks was only tolerated if it corrected a serious flaw, so when women tweezed their hairlines to appear more fashionable, they were often chastised by religious authorities for being vain. Most used iron tweezers to pluck hairs one by one, a slow and painful process. A few turned to herbal alternatives. They'd apply pastes made from things like milk thistle in walnut oil, parsley juice or ivy sap to try to stop hair growth. But not all options were gentle. Some concoctions used ground eggshells or even dried cat feces mixed with vinegar and rubbed on the skin. Eyebrows were also completely removed to achieve a more blank expression. Many who overdid it eventually lost their brows for good. Some women then glued bits of mouse or rat fur above their eyes to mimic natural brows. Eyelashes too were plucked out in pursuit of a clean look. Over in the Ottoman Empire, women in the Sultan's court had their own beauty rituals. One included applying a depilatory cream called rosma, which was made from lime and poisonous arsenic. After soaking in the bathhouse, they'd scrape the mix off with a bronze tool. Rosma also made the skin paler, but it could cause blistering burns if left on too long. European women also disliked body hair and tried their own homemade hair removal blends. A 10th century recipe advised mixing crushed ant eggs, red arsenic powder, ivy sap and vinegar before spreading it over the skin for permanent results. In Japan, during the Heian period from the 800s to 1200s, noble women took pride in dyeing their teeth black. Known as ohaguro, this practice involved drinking a bitter mixture of iron filings, vinegar and ground garnet. To mask the awful taste, ingredients like cinnamon and cloves were added. The mixture had to be consumed regularly to maintain the dark sheen. Despite its odd appearance, this black coating was actually good for dental health. It helped prevent tooth decay. Even today, some traditional geishas still maintain the ohaguro custom. Meanwhile, one of the most extreme beauty practices came from ancient China, where foot binding became a painful symbol of elegance. First seen among the upper-class Han Chinese in the 900s, the trend soon spread to poorer families who hoped to marry their daughters into wealth. Even rural households who needed help in the fields bound young girls' feet, believing tiny lotus-shaped feet would bring better marriage prospects. This brutal process began when girls were around 6 years old, while their bones were still soft. 4 toes were broken and tucked under the foot, and the arch was pushed upward until the big toe nearly touched the heel. Feet were then wrapped tightly with cloth soaked in blood and herbs. As the fabric dried, it shrank, forcing the feet into an unnaturally small and curved shape. Each day, young girls had their feet washed and then crammed into tighter and smaller lotus shoes. Even as their feet swelled and ached, they were still made to walk. Crying often led to punishment. Since walking became nearly impossible, many women with bound feet stayed home most of their lives and couldn't easily escape their surroundings. Some historians believe this practice wasn't simply about looks, it was a way to keep women restricted. Over time, even women defended the tradition because they feared their daughters wouldn't be able to marry without bound feet. The perfect foot size was around 3 inches, but most ended up with feet around 5.5 inches long. Due to poor circulation, toes sometimes rotted and fell off. Many women developed hip and back problems. This practice lingered until the mid-20th century before finally being outlawed. In the Middle Ages, pale and spotless skin became a major beauty standard. After waves of smallpox left many people with scars, having flawless skin grew even more desirable. One odd treatment for freckles included rubbing animal blood, specifically from bulls, onto the skin. While much of Europe remained under feudal systems, Italy began to see a cultural revival in the 1200s, known as the Renaissance. Ancient Roman structures were rediscovered, and cities like Florence tried to bring classical ideals back to life. Female beauty ideals shifted. Art from the period often shows fuller-figured women in flowing, nearly transparent clothes. Their skin was very fair, with rosy cheeks and dark red lips. To get such a pale look, many women turned to harmful products. Some mixtures seriously damaged skin or even proved deadly. Pale skin wasn't just trendy, it was proof that a woman didn't have to labor outdoors. Beyond hiding from sunlight, some women used leeches to draw out blood and create a lighter appearance. Many applied powders made from chalk, flour, or arsenic. A white paste was made using lead and vinegar, and later mercury was added for a slight shine, used on the face, chest, and neck. These cosmetic products were highly toxic. Lead caused skin irritation and breakouts, which led to even more makeup being applied. Over time, these substances were absorbed into the body, leading hair and tooth loss, muscle issues, headaches, and even early death. Ironically, it also aged the skin faster by making it dry and wrinkled. Lips were colored using vermilion, a pigment containing mercury. Since sunlight helps produce vitamin D, heavy makeup and full-body clothing blocked exposure, leading to health problems. In Florence, scientists found 2 infant skeletons with advanced rickets, likely due to their mother's makeup habits and lack of sun during pregnancy. The name belladonna, Italian for beautiful woman, also refers to one of the deadliest plants, nightshade. Women used juice from its berries as eye drops. Just one drop in each eye made the pupils widen, giving them a look of constant desire which was considered highly appealing at the time. But this came at a cost. Belladonna caused blurred vision, intense light sensitivity, and trouble focusing. With repeated use it could disrupt heart rhythms, damage eyesight permanently, and even kill. Like many other medieval beauty practices, it was dangerously risky, with real consequences for chasing the beauty ideals of the time. The horrible death of Henry VIII. No royal death in European history compares to the grim and tragic downfall of England's most talked about monarch. Once celebrated across the continent for his striking looks and sharp intellect, this king's final years were so filled with misery and decay that even now, centuries later, the tales of his decline remain shocking. Born in the summer of 1491, the second king of the Tudor dynasty took the throne at just 17, full of promise. Foreign accounts praised his tall frame, reddish-brown hair, and ideal royal appearance. He was admired for his strength in sports, his deep knowledge, and the commanding presence he carried with him. But things took a dark turn in January 1536. At 44, he suffered a terrible injury during a jousting match when his horse collapsed on him. Though he survived, the accident left him unconscious for hours and caused a severe leg injury that never fully healed. The wound became an open sore that oozed and smelled so bad that courtiers often smelled the king before they saw him. For a ruler obsessed with appearing strong and manly, this was an unbearable humiliation. Still, royal etiquette demanded that those around him act like nothing was wrong. Any sign of discomfort could spark his anger. Not long after the accident, his behavior grew increasingly erratic. Within months, he ordered the execution of his second wife based on thin and suspicious evidence. Historians have often wondered if the head injury worsened any hidden mental issues, pushing him further into paranoia and cruelty. As his mobility worsened, so did his body. Once athletic and fit, he ballooned in size, forcing palace carpenters to widen doorways and invent machines to help him move from room to room. His diet didn't help. He consumed nearly 5,000 calories daily, mostly from meat and alcohol, with little fruit or vegetables. The lack of movement and excessive food took a brutal toll. Medical treatment in those days made things worse. Doctors used painful and dangerous methods like burning wounds, applying mercury, and draining blood, all of which likely sped up his decline. The sore on his leg grew deeper, eventually exposing bone. At 49, the increasingly ill king took a teenage noblewoman as his wife, claiming she made him feel youthful again. In truth, she was horrified by his rotting leg and overwhelming odor. She soon sought comfort in another man's arms. When this betrayal came to light, both paid the expected price: execution. His final marriage was more about caregiving than companionship. His sixth queen, aware of her predecessor's fates, managed to care for him while keeping her head literally. Modern experts believe the king suffered from a combination of diseases: diabetes, gout, heart disease, and possibly high blood pressure. Some suggest late-stage syphilis, though this remains debated. These overlapping illnesses left him in constant agony. Eyewitnesses described wild mood swings. He could rage in unbearable pain one moment, then sink into long spells of silence and despair. Mentally, the king became unstable. Once a brilliant and charming leader, he grew paranoid, executing longtime friends and advisors over imagined plots. The atmosphere at court became tense, where even a wrongly interpreted glance could lead to accusations of treason. One of his top nobles was executed just days before the king himself died. He grew obsessed with the fear of being poisoned. All his food was tested before eating, and even his cutlery was examined for safety. This paranoia may have been linked to small strokes or mental decline. In his final days, he could no longer walk or even stand. The rotting flesh in his legs spread the stench even more, forcing courtiers to stuff their clothes with scented herbs when near him. Still, no one dared speak of his impending death. It was considered treason to do so. His doctors kept pretending he might recover, even as his body began to decay before death. In late January 1547, knowing his end was near, the king asked for a priest. Too weak to speak, he made a final gesture of faith with his hand. On January 28, at the age of 55, the once great monarch took his last breath. Even in death, his body was difficult to manage. His enormous size made burial difficult, and traditional embalming methods failed to contain the decay. What had once been Europe's most admired king left behind a legacy, not just of political power, but of tragic physical and emotional ruin. Perhaps the most humiliating moment came after the king's death. As his body lay in wait for burial in a renowned cathedral, the poorly sealed casket began to leak bodily fluids onto sacred ground. Chroniclers of the time even claimed that stray animals fed on the seepage, a deeply dishonorable final image for a monarch who had always seen himself as chosen by God and bathed in royal majesty. The funeral didn't happen until nearly 3 weeks later. Even with the foul odor coming from the coffin, every ceremonial step was carried out to honor his high status. He was laid to rest beside the mother of his long-desired male heir, the only queen to bear him a son, a birth that shaped many of his most controversial decisions, including his break with the Catholic Church. Strangely, the son he had moved heaven and earth for ruled only briefly before dying from illness at age 15. Afterward, the crown passed to his eldest daughter, whose mother he had discarded, and then to his younger daughter whose mother he had executed. That second daughter would go on to usher in one of England's most celebrated royal eras. The king's miserable end highlights the fragile nature of power. This was a man who had placed himself above the law and church, altered the nation's religion, and had people killed as it suited him, only to be brought down by his own failing body. As historian Alison Weir pointed out, few historical contrasts are as jarring as the fall of this once ideal prince into a figure dreaded more than adored, plagued by physical agony and mental decline. The stark difference between his majestic portraits and the harsh reality of his decaying health stands as one of history's clearest examples of the divide between royal image and personal truth. His legacy in shaping the independence of the English Church still influences the world today, but his physical collapse serves as a timeless reminder: no one escapes mortality. Why you wouldn't last 24 hours in the Dark Ages? Picture yourself being dropped into the heart of the Middle Ages, often nicknamed the Dark Ages. At first it sounds like a fantasy full of castles and knights, but the reality was far more grim and demanding. Spanning roughly from the 400s to the 1400s, this era posed harsh survival tests that most modern folks wouldn't be ready for. One of the main daily fears back then was constant exposure to violence and unrest. Law enforcement was either weak or non-existent in many areas, meaning local disputes were typically sorted out by individuals themselves. Historical documents reveal widespread incidents of beatings, murders, and street brawls. Courts rarely provided justice based on evidence. Instead, brute force often dictated outcomes. The phrase "might makes right" truly applied as people guarded their animals, homes, and tiny bits of land through force. Surviving records from different European regions confirm that violent acts weren't isolated. They happened in cities, villages, and even among elites. Though we lack detailed accounts from the early centuries, most historians agree that aggression was a constant part of life. Urban centers were hotspots for disturbances, and these sometimes turned into large-scale protests or rebellions. A good example is the Flemish Peasants' Revolt from 1323 to 1328 in today's Belgium, which exposed how unrest could fester and explode over time. Vicious family feuds were especially brutal among nobles. In medieval Wales, for instance, bitter rivalries often ended with someone being mutilated or killed over land disputes or power grabs. These battles weren't limited to peasants. Violence cut across all layers of society. Religious intolerance added another layer of risk. Christian doctrine ruled most of Europe, and anyone outside that belief system was treated as a threat. Jewish and Muslim communities were frequently persecuted, and campaigns like the First Crusade, 1096-199, directly targeted them. In England, anti-Jewish riots in the late 1100s paved the way for King Edward I's complete expulsion of Jews in 1290. Those accused of heresy or rejecting the dominant religion faced brutal ends, like being burned alive. One horrific case was Jan de Backer, a Dutch priest executed in 1525 for his religious views. Travel was a risky venture in itself. Roads were rough or non-existent, and crossing rivers often led to death by drowning. One tragic example is Emperor Frederick I, who died during the Third Crusade in 1190 while trying to cross a river. Even bridges weren't safe, like the 1450 Sant'Angelo collapse in Rome that killed around 200 people. Taking to the seas wasn't much safer. Boats were clunky, using simple oars or a single sail, and had no modern tools for navigation. Storms were often fatal. Though ships slowly improved over the centuries, the early part of the Middle Ages saw countless losses at sea. There were hardly any proper lodging options for travelers. With few inns or shelters, people often had to sleep outside, an extremely dangerous option in cold months. Falling ill on the road was usually a death sentence, since healthcare between towns was almost non-existent. Traveling in groups offered only a slight edge. While you might avoid solo robbers, bandits in groups or untrustworthy fellow travelers posed new dangers. Access to food and drinkable water was never guaranteed unless a monastery or rare inn was nearby. Food insecurity was a widespread problem. Agricultural societies relied heavily on weather, and when crops failed, starvation followed. Famine wasn't rare and people resorted to eating spoiled grain, weeds, or even bark. Poor nutrition left immune systems weak and open to illness. Disease outbreaks would often sweep through after food shortages, wiping out already malnourished communities. Infections like smallpox, flu, typhoid, and dysentery were common killers. For someone from today whose body hasn't built immunity to those old pathogens, surviving such an outbreak would be nearly impossible. Back then, getting around was incredibly slow by today's standards. On foot, most people could only manage about 15 to 25 miles a day. Those traveling on horseback might stretch that to 20 or 30 miles. Ships fared a bit better, covering anywhere from 75 to 125 miles daily, but only when weather was on their side. On top of that, communication wasn't easy. Language differences between regions made it really tough for travelers who didn't know the local tongue. One of the harshest realities of medieval life was how short people lived. Death at a young age was normal, hitting all social groups, nobles and peasants alike, thanks to things like poor hygiene, rampant disease, lack of nutritious food, violence and natural threats. Even something small like a cut or infection, which we'd fix easily today, could quickly become fatal back then. So while the Middle Ages offer plenty of historical fascination, it was a brutally difficult time to be alive. For someone used to modern comforts like clean water, advanced medicine, fast transportation, and protective laws, spending even a short time in that era would feel nearly impossible. The Assyrian Empire origins, rise and collapse. The rise of the first true empire in world history started modestly near the banks of the Tigris. The Assyrians were originally Semitic groups, who migrated northward from Arabia as their desertifying homeland forced them to seek new land around 2000 BCE. Over time, they came to control a massive stretch of territory throughout the ancient Near East. Their earliest settlements grew along the central Tigris River, including important towns like Ashur, Arbela, modern Erbil, and Nineveh. For centuries, these cities remained under the shadow of stronger southern Mesopotamian states and served monarchs like Sargon and Hammurabi. Ashur, situated at a key junction between southern Mesopotamia and Anatolia, began as a resting point but gradually evolved into a wealthy trade hub. Assyrian merchants established trading stations across Anatolia, with Karum-Kanesh being the most significant. They carried lapis lazuli, tin from Elam, and copper from Babylon to the west, and brought back timber, wool and metals for the eastbound trade. This booming commerce eventually allowed Ashur to throw off Babylonian domination around the 19th century BCE. Notably, Ashur wasn't just the name of their city, it was also the name of their main god. While other Mesopotamian cities treated gods as separate entities, the Assyrians saw Ashur as inseparable from their homeland and identity. The way early Assyria was governed was unique. The people considered the deity Ashur their real king, with the actual monarch only serving as his earthly agent. The king had limited control. His decisions were checked by a council of elders, and a yearly official called the Limu, who managed state finances and chaired the council. Major state affairs needed the council's approval and the Limu's sign-off. From 1800 to 1700 BCE, this balanced leadership came to an end. Trade collapsed due to unrest in Anatolia, and Assyria's economy suffered as its trade posts disappeared. Babylon reclaimed power, leading to conflicts between Babylonian and Hittite forces, and Babylon itself fell in 1531 BCE. In the aftermath, the Kassites from Iran took over Babylonia, while Assyria still lacked independence. Meanwhile, the Hurrians came down from the Armenian mountains and built several kingdoms in Syria, with Mitanni becoming dominant. For nearly 2 centuries, Ashur functioned as a nominally free city under Mitanni control, its walls dismantled and its government supervised by Mitanni rulers. Assyria managed to break away during the 1400s-1300s BCE. King Ashur-bel-Shushu took advantage of problems within Mitanni to reinforce Ashur's walls. Later, Ashur-uballit expelled Mitanni officials, proclaimed his kingship, and turned to Egypt for backing against their former overlords. Gaining sovereignty sparked a shift in mindset. Assyrians now saw themselves not as a lone city-state but as rulers of a larger domain. They referred to their land as Mat Ashur, or Land of Ashur, and King Adad-Nirari I adopted the grander title King of the Universe. New royal titles emphasized military strength, such as Marapish Mesri, meaning expander of borders. Their religious outlook evolved too. Ashur was elevated from city god to supreme ruler of all deities. With Ashur above all gods, the Assyrian monarch was thought to be the rightful leader of all kings. Expanding the empire became not just political but spiritual, a sacred duty aligned with Ashur's divine plan. The Assyrians also revolutionized warfare. They pioneered the use of cavalry as a formal military branch, first using horsemen as archers and later developing heavily armed riders. Their tactics in siege warfare changed the game. They used rams to break mud brick walls, towers for archers, and tunnels to destabilize fortifications. While most armies tried to starve cities into surrender, the Assyrians preferred fast, aggressive assaults. Equally impactful was their creation of a comprehensive postal network, allowing them to govern far-reaching lands efficiently. Past empires struggled to manage distant provinces, often leaving them semi-autonomous, but the Assyrians installed their own governors, stationed troops locally, and maintained order through regular communication carried by couriers. To support swift military movements and seamless messaging, they also constructed a vast system of paved roads, among the earliest infrastructure projects of their kind in history. The reign of King Ashur-nasirpal II marked a brutal turning point in Assyrian warfare. His campaigns became notorious for savage tactics. In his own chilling accounts he bragged, "After I took the city I slaughtered countless fighters. I stacked their heads in front of the gates and raised a tower from their bodies. I drove stakes through the young men and placed them around the walls, while young women were thrown into flames. This showed all who watched what my authority meant." Whenever Ashur-nasirpal's forces took over a city, horrific punishments followed. Captured enemies were often decapitated, dismembered, flayed alive, impaled, buried alive, drowned or burned. These horrors terrified nearby regions, leading many to surrender out of fear before battle even began. But while fear gave Assyria short-term control, it also planted deep resentment. Over time, most surrounding nations didn't just dread the Assyrians, they despised them. Even when Ashur-nasirpal's successors toned down the violence, the empire's cruel image remained fixed. Instead of bringing peace, the terror made people more determined to resist. When trouble later erupted inside Assyria, many of its subject peoples rebelled. In the north, survivors of past assaults formed the Kingdom of Urartu. To the west, strong Aramean tribes organized. In the south, Babylonia became a hotbed for anti-Assyrian uprisings. Assyria's downward spiral was stopped, at least temporarily, by Tiglath-Pileser III. He seized the throne in 745 BCE through military takeover and introduced sweeping changes. Before him, the army was mostly made up of ordinary citizens who had to provide their own equipment. Tiglath-Pileser scrapped this and built a professional fighting force, drawing from the poor and supplying them from the state treasury. He launched formal training, enforced strict discipline, and restructured the army into units like chariots, horsemen, archers, foot soldiers, and engineers. To fund his military and control the vast empire, he reworked taxes and government organization. Farmers and craftsmen were hit with new responsibilities. He broke up large provinces into smaller ones and filled key roles with eunuchs who, without families, couldn't build powerful dynasties to challenge the crown. With these reforms in place, Tiglath-Pileser started a fresh wave of conquest. In regions he subdued, he enforced a new system known as Nahu, which involved relocating entire populations to distant areas. Those moved were replaced by others from across the empire. This policy was meant to erase local loyalty and identity, forcing people to assimilate into Assyrian culture. Ironically, this led to the rise of Aramaic. Originally spoken by scattered Syrian tribes, Aramaic spread widely due to these forced relocations. Eventually it became the common language across the empire, even replacing Assyrian in everyday use. The Neo-Assyrian Empire reached its widest reach under rulers like Sennacherib, Esarhaddon and Ashur-banipal during the early 7th century BCE. They expanded into Egypt, conquered Elam, added Cyprus to their domain, crushed rebellious Phoenician cities, pushed Urartu further north and seized much of Anatolia. In 6072 BCE, Esarhaddon chose Ashur-banipal as heir, but gave the region of Babylonia to another son, Shamash-shum-ukin, to avoid civil war. This decision delayed conflict, but tensions remained. Shamash-shum-ukin eventually grew ambitious and secretly organized a coalition to break free from Assyrian rule. Although spies reported the plot, no action was taken. By 6052 BCE, open revolt began, but the rebel alliance struggled with poor coordination, and Assyria picked them off one by one. By 6048 BCE, Babylon fell. Rather than be captured, Shamash-shum-ukin ended his own life. The aftermath was brutal. Traitors were publicly mutilated and shamed as warnings to others. Despite appearing unbeatable, Assyria was cracking from within. Years of unrest had worn it down and distant provinces started asserting independence. Things worsened when nomadic Scythian forces swept through western parts of the empire in the 630s BCE, leaving a trail of destruction west of the Euphrates. This catastrophe shattered Assyria's stability, sparking turmoil within the empire. Following Ashurbanipal's death in 677 BCE, a fierce struggle erupted between his successors and commanders, accelerating the empire's collapse. Various provinces broke away, with Babylonia gaining independence under the Chaldean leader Nabopolassar by 6119 BCE. In a last-ditch effort to survive, Assyria joined forces with old enemies, including Egypt, but they couldn't halt the Babylonian push. Meanwhile, the Medes, led by Cyaxares, attacked from another front. In 61 BCE, the combined armies of Babylonia and Media captured Nineveh after a siege lasting 3 months, completely destroying the city. The final Assyrian ruler Ashurbanipal II attempted to rally troops at Haran with Egyptian help, but was defeated by 609 BCE. Thus the Assyrian Empire, the earliest major empire in recorded history, vanished from power, leaving behind a rich heritage of governance, monumental architecture, and cautionary tales about the dangers of stretching an empire too thin, influencing future societies for millennia. The king's favorite who was castrated and hanged in public. A historical analysis. Hereford's town square on November 24, 1326, gathered an unusual mix of people. Nobles, clergy, merchants and everyday citizens all came together to witness one of the most infamous punishments of medieval England. At the center, a wooden scaffold held a gaunt man around 40, his hollow face revealing days of self-imposed fasting. His once fine garments hung in tatters. This was Hugh Despenser the Younger, once the king's closest confidant and second in power, now destined for a brutal death that would echo through history for centuries. To grasp why Despenser met such a grim fate, we must dive into the tangled politics of early 14th century England. Born circa 1286 to Hugh Despenser the Elder and Isabel Beauchamp, daughter of the Earl of Warwick, Hugh came from a respected family with strong noble ties. His father's loyal service to King Edward I secured their high standing among England's elite. When Edward II ascended the throne in 1307, new opportunities opened up. The young king was known for favouring male companions. His first favourite, Piers Gaveston, had caused chaos, upsetting the established nobility with his arrogance until nobles violently removed him in 1312, leaving a space in the king's inner circle. By 1316, Despenser had earned the king's trust enough to become chamberlain, giving him unparalleled access to Edward. Around this time he married Eleanor de Clare, Edward's niece, gaining the wealthy Glamorgan lands in Wales through the union. As Hugh's influence grew, so did his greed for land and riches. He abused legal systems to seize estates from other nobles, even exploiting vulnerable widows. Among his victims was his own sister-in-law, forced to surrender her property during a brief exile caused by a noble revolt in 1321. Hugh shockingly turned to piracy, attacking English merchant vessels, actions clearly against the law. When Edward II regained control, Hugh returned wielding immense power. From 1322 to 1326, the Despensers, father and son, essentially governed England. Hugh the Younger controlled who saw the king managed royal finances and ruled vast lands. The chronicler Jean Froissart described him as England's de facto ruler, despite lacking any formal title. Rumours swirled about Hugh's relationship with Edward. Though married with children, many suspected an intimate bond that scandalized society and clashed with church teachings. Queen Isabella, Edward's wife and daughter of the French king, despised Despenser. Humiliated by the king's favoritism, she saw her own influence and wealth diminished by Hugh's machinations. By 1324, Despenser had seized her properties and imprisoned her attendants. Even their royal children were taken from her care and placed under Hugh's wife's supervision. Isabella's opportunity arrived in 1325 during a diplomatic mission to France. There she allied with Roger Mortimer, a powerful baron who had escaped the Tower of London after opposing the Despensers. Mortimer became her lover and co-conspirator in a plan to overthrow Edward II and his favourite. In September 1326, Isabella and Mortimer invaded England with a small mercenary force. What stunned Edward and the Despensers was the swift defection of English nobles. Years of corruption and cruelty had brewed deep resentment. With support evaporating, Edward and the Despensers fled west, carrying much of the royal treasury. Their flight was futile. The Despensers were separated. Hugh the Elder was captured in Bristol and brutally executed on October 27, 1326, hanged in armor, beheaded and quartered, a grim punishment for the once loyal servant of the crown. Meanwhile, Edward II and Hugh the Younger escaped through Wales but were soon abandoned and caught near Neath. Edward was imprisoned and forced to abdicate in favour of his young son Edward III. Hugh Despencer's end was far more horrifying. Realising there was no chance for mercy, Hugh attempted to starve himself but couldn't follow through. On November 24, he was brought before a court dominated by his fiercest adversaries, Roger Mortimer, Queen Isabella, and Lancastrian nobles who had suffered from his ruthless greed. Though it appeared to be a fair trial, the verdict was already fixed. Hugh was accused of treason, theft, corruption, and manipulating the king. Convicted on every charge, he was handed one of history's most gruesome punishments. That same morning, Despencer was dragged to the marketplace in Hereford, in front of a massive crowd that included Mortimer, Isabella, and the triumphant barons. What followed was a brutal act of public vengeance, carefully orchestrated for maximum humiliation. Bound to a tall ladder so all could witness, Despencer was mocked by having a crown of nettles placed on his head, a cruel parody of the royal power he had wielded. Passages from the Bible condemning pride were inscribed on his flesh before the torture began. According to chronicler Froissart, executioners severed Hugh's genitals and set them on fire while he was forced to watch, a punishment deliberately chosen to reflect accusations of sexual misconduct. Still alive, his abdomen was then cut open and his organs were removed and burned slowly. Witnesses reported hearing horrifying screams echo through the marketplace, seemingly satisfying the crowd's thirst for retribution. After prolonged agony, Hugh was finally hanged, but even death did not spare his disgrace. His body was beheaded and quartered, with parts sent to various towns across England. His severed head was displayed on a spike at a London gate, serving as a stark warning against abusing royal favour. The extreme cruelty of Despencer's execution served several aims: retribution for his greed and harshness, and a symbolic purging of the corruption he was blamed for spreading through his influence over Edward II and their rumoured intimate ties. The public castration in particular underscored punishment for alleged sexual impropriety. 4 years later, in December 1330, his widow Eleanor de Clare received permission to gather his remains and bury them on family property in Gloucestershire. Yet only his head, a thigh bone and some fragments could be recovered, an ignoble end for England's once second most powerful man. Edward II's end was just as grim. Initially imprisoned, he was killed in September 1327 at Berkeley Castle. While historians today question the details, the traditional story claims he died by having a heated metal rod inserted into his body, a method designed to leave no marks but symbolically referencing his supposed sexual behaviour. The reign of Edward II and the swift rise and fall of Hugh Despencer mark one of medieval England's most turbulent chapters. For centuries, accounts were shaped by bias about their relationship. Edward was portrayed as weak and ruled by personal desires, while Hugh appeared as a manipulative opportunist exploiting the king's vulnerabilities. Modern scholars provide a more nuanced view. They acknowledge Despencer's extreme greed alienated nearly all the nobility but question the exaggerated tales of his sexual relationship with Edward II, understanding such allegations were often political weapons used to destroy rivals. Regardless of the truth about their relationship, Despencer's fate highlights the perilous mix of power, sexuality, and governance in medieval England. His brutal end vividly demonstrated the consequences of challenging social norms and making powerful enemies. His story also reveals how justice in that era was a public spectacle. Despencer's execution was not simply legal punishment but a carefully staged event designed to send clear political and moral messages. The treatment of his body, especially the public castration, symbolized condemnation of sexual wrongdoing, corruption, and the restoration of social order. Hugh Despencer's dramatic downfall matched his meteoric rise. In just a few years, he went from a relatively obscure knight to the kingdom's most influential figure, only to end as scattered remains displayed across the realm. His story exemplifies the fragile nature of power in medieval politics. In a final twist of fate, the regime that replaced Edward II and the Despensers was short-lived. Queen Isabella and Roger Mortimer, who oversaw Hugh's harsh execution, were themselves overthrown within 4 years when young Edward III seized real control. Mortimer was executed as a traitor, though spared the tortures Despencer endured. Political fortunes had shifted once again. 7 centuries later, Despencer's tale continues to captivate and unsettle. Modern historians often rank him among England's most infamous medieval figures. His life has inspired plays, novels, and TV dramas, typically portraying him as the archetype of a corrupt royal favourite. Today, we view Despencer's execution with deserved horror, recognizing the extreme brutality of medieval justice. At the same time, his story reminds us that the dynamics of influence, favoritism, and abuse of power are timeless. The tragic end of this royal favorite offers a distant yet relevant lesson on the tangled web of authority, sexuality, greed, and justice that still shape societies today. The grim fate of a Tudor-era cook, an historical account. On April 5, 1531, a gloomy sky hung over London as crowds gathered in Smithfield, a spot famous both for livestock markets and public punishments. But this day was set apart by a particularly brutal execution. At the centre stood a large brass cauldron boiling over a fresh fire, the water inside bubbling violently. The crowd's murmur turned into a roar when guards brought forward a prisoner in chains. Richard Rose, once a cook for John Fisher, the Bishop of Rochester. His pale face revealed dread. He was about to be submerged in scalding water until death, skin melting under the intense heat. To grasp why this happened, we must rewind to February. England was in turmoil. King Henry VIII was desperate to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon to wed Anne Boleyn. This sparked fierce conflict nationwide, dividing those loyal to the crown's wishes from church traditionalists who stood against divorce. Bishop John Fisher was a leading voice opposing the king's plan. His firm religious stance put him at odds not only with Henry but also Anne Boleyn's rising faction, who saw Fisher as a dangerous roadblock. The bishop took precautions, sleeping in different rooms nightly and closely monitoring his meals. Among his household staff at Lambeth was Richard Rose, a quiet, unremarkable man who worked as a cook until the fateful day of February 18. That evening, Bishop Fisher hosted a meal where the main course was a thick soup typical of the time. Unknown to the guests, Rose had secretly laced the soup with a mysterious powder. He later claimed it was meant as a crude prank, expecting only minor stomach discomfort, not fatal poisoning. Fisher ate very little of the soup, others ate more. As was customary, leftovers were given to the poor outside the house, including two individuals named Bennett Kerwin and Alice Treat. Within hours, those who consumed the soup suffered severe symptoms, agonizing stomach pains, vomiting, sweating, and muscle cramps. The bishop survived, likely due to his small portion, but many others fell seriously ill. Both Kerwin and Treat died by the next day, their bodies showing signs of a painful, toxic death. News of the poisoning reached King Henry's court rapidly. Though the king opposed Fisher politically, he viewed the event as a direct threat to royal security. If church leaders could be poisoned, so could monarchs. He ordered a swift investigation. Rose was caught trying to flee the city. At the Tower, he endured brutal torture, his limbs stretched painfully to force a confession. Under such duress, he admitted to adding the substance but claimed ignorance of its deadly power. The legal handling of the case defied usual practices. On February 28, Henry VIII personally addressed Parliament about the incident, a rare move for a monarch. He labelled the poisoning as treason not only against Fisher but against the king's authority itself. Parliament, fearful of royal wrath, passed a new law, the Act for Poisoning 22 Henry VIII, Chapter 9. Declaring such acts high treason and prescribing execution by boiling, a shocking punishment created after the crime to legitimize extreme consequences. Historians debate Henry's motives. Some say he abhorred poisoning as dishonorable. Others suspect political strategy. The Spanish ambassador Eustace Chapués, who supported both Fisher and Queen Catherine, wrote that Henry's harsh response aimed to stop deeper probes that might expose Anne Boleyn's family's involvement. Rumours suggested Boleyn ordered Fisher's death to clear the way for the king's remarriage. The public and brutal execution of Rose silenced many questions that could have implicated powerful figures close to Henry. Whatever the truth, Rose met his fate on April 5. The novel execution attracted huge crowds, with vendors moving through spectators, turning the grim event into a spectacle. Reports say Rose was given wine to dull the pain. The only act of mercy. Guards stripped him and lowered him into the boiling pot while a priest said last prayers. The execution was gruesome and staged. First his legs dipped in, causing agonizing screams as flesh burned away, then his chest turning the water red with his dissolving flesh, and finally his whole body submerged, ending the ordeal. Many onlookers fainted or looked away in horror. This cruel method was later used again. Margaret Davies suffered the same fate in 1542 for allegedly poisoning her employers. The practice ended during Edward VI's reign amid broader penal reforms. Rose's story is important beyond the tragedy itself. It marks a moment of political tension as England faced enormous religious upheaval. Bishop Fisher, the intended victim, was executed in 1535 for refusing to accept the king as head of the church. Anne Boleyn, connected to these turbulent events, was herself executed in 1536 on likely false charges to clear the way for Henry's next marriage. Henry's controversial reign continued 16 more years. marked by multiple marriages, the break with Rome and the birth of Protestant England. His fear and ruthlessness only grew over time. Today, Smithfield is a busy London district, with little to remind passers-by of the dark history buried beneath their feet. Richard Rose's tale reveals a grim chapter from history. It reflects an era when justice was entangled with cruelty, when those in power bent laws to their advantage, and when a person's life often mattered only for its political value after death. We may never truly know if Rose was guilty, whether he was actually at fault, a political scapegoat, or simply unaware of the consequences of the substance he handled. What's clear is that his punishment was far harsher than what most people of that time would have deemed just. The way he was executed carries a dark symbolism, a cook meeting death through the very process of cooking. This was not merely about ending a life, but delivering a form of symbolic vengeance, revealing a very different understanding of justice. 5 centuries have passed since these events. Our views on government, law, and punishment have evolved dramatically. Today's systems claim to emphasize rehabilitation instead of revenge, treating everyone equally regardless of their social standing. Still, Richard Rose's story remains significant because it highlights how easily the boundaries of civilization can be broken and how institutions can be manipulated by those in control. Beneath the bustling streets of modern London, these historical echoes linger, serving as reminders of progress and cautionary tales about the misuse of power. Rediscovering medieval agricultural heritage. 15 forgotten cultivars. Looking back at medieval farming shows us many nutritious plants that once thrived all over Europe but have since disappeared from our plates. These plants aren't just relics from the past. They might actually offer solutions to today's challenges in food and agriculture. Having sustained people through years of shifting climates, one such plant was skirret, prized in the Middle Ages because it required very little effort to grow. Unlike modern root vegetables that demand constant care, skirret would come back year after year, producing clusters of slender white roots beneath the soil with minimal tending. These roots were naturally sweeter than carrots or parsnips, making them popular among the wealthy who often grew them in castle gardens. Skirret was especially reliable in harsh winters when other crops failed, becoming an essential food source. Historical farming texts mention that it fed struggling families when other fields yielded nothing. It was versatile in cooking, roasted, boiled, tossed into thick stews, or even baked into sweet treats. In many ways it was like the potato of its day, though it gradually faded from use as farming shifted to quicker growing crops. Introduced to Britain by the Romans, Alexander's quickly became a favorite among medieval growers for its usefulness. This hardy plant spread beyond garden beds like a weed, but tasted far better than most wild plants. What set Alexander's apart was that every part could be eaten: stalks, leaves, flowers, roots, and seeds. Young stems were eaten like celery, flowers added freshness to salads, and its seeds served as a pepper substitute. The leaves flavored soups with a mix of parsley and celery notes, growing tall almost 6 feet with bright yellow blossoms that attracted beneficial insects. Alexander's thrived on coasts, cliffs, and roadsides without any care. Despite its many uses, Alexander's slowly vanished from kitchens after celery took over in the early 1700s. Nowadays, people might spot it growing wild without realizing it was once a staple food. No one knows exactly why it was called Good King Henry, but it was widespread across medieval Europe. It grew wild and in gardens alike, requiring almost no work as it returned yearly without replanting. Tests show this plant contained more iron than spinach and was rich in vitamin C, nutrients often scarce in medieval diets. Its tender early spring leaves helped fill food gaps. People used it in many ways depending on its growth stage: young shoots like asparagus, mature leaves like spinach, and tiny flower buds similar to broccoli. It also had medicinal uses. Leaves were applied to wounds, while root concoctions aided digestion. Some regions called it all good because of its many benefits. However, as farming became more commercial, this simple yet valuable plant was largely forgotten. Salsify, a peculiar root vegetable, had one of the most surprising flavors in medieval cooking. When prepared properly, it tasted just like oysters, making it especially prized during religious times when eating meat or seafood was forbidden. Church records from the 1400s show it was cultivated specifically for Lent meals. There were 2 types grown: white and black salsify. Both had long, thin roots covered by rough skins that needed peeling before cooking. An early lesson that good flavor doesn't always come from pretty produce. Salsify's greatest strength was winter hardiness. It survived freezing weather and was one of the few fresh foods available in the coldest months, dug up as needed. After harvesting, it could be stored for a long time without spoiling, a priceless quality before refrigeration. Modern farming gave up on salsify because it took too long to mature and looked odd. Medieval people also accepted foods that might seem strange today. Take the medlar, which looked like small brown apples with an open bottom revealing 5 seeds inside. Just picked medlars were rock hard and bitter, completely inedible. Gardeners knew these fruits needed bletting, a process of controlled decay where medlars were kept for weeks until they softened and darkened. This slow ripening turned their flesh into a sweet cinnamon-scented pulp that medieval folks adored. Cooking books from the 1200s contain many recipes using medlars, including tarts, jellies, and drinks. The unusual shape of the medlar fruit sparked a colorful range of slang during medieval times, often inspiring cheeky comparisons to body parts that wouldn't be polite in refined company. These fruits were prized for their timing, ripening late in the fall just before winter set in, making them one of the last fresh treats of the year. After going through bletting, a softening process, medlars could be stored for weeks, providing a rare sweet flavor during the coldest, darkest months. However, with modern agriculture's focus on fast-growing and more profitable crops, medlars gradually fell out of favor. Unlike plants that needed careful attention, chickweed popped up naturally all over medieval Europe. This small leafy green dotted with tiny white flowers appeared uninvited in gardens, fields, and along paths, but packed a surprising health punch. Farmers knew they couldn't eradicate it easily. It thrived in many soil types, sprouted whenever frost wasn't present, and produced plenty of seeds. Instead of battling it, people harvested chickweed as a free and nutritious food source. In mild climates, its tender leaves were available almost year-round. Chickweed is incredibly rich in vitamin C, about 7 times more per serving than oranges. While poorer folk gathered it often, records from wealthier households show it was also served in winter when other greens were scarce. Chickweed wasn't just food, it had medicinal uses too. Its cooling effect soothed skin irritations, and herbal teas made from it helped reduce fevers and swelling. Sadly, modern farming has labeled chickweed as a weed, and herbicides have largely erased this once valued plant from fields. Scorzonera, despite its intimidating name linked to disease, was widely cultivated in the Middle Ages. The term comes from Italian words meaning poisonous snake, as early herbalists believed the dark-skinned roots could cure snake bites. Although that turned out to be false, people quickly appreciated Scorzonera for its flavor and health benefits. Often confused with black salsify, a close relative, Scorzonera grows longer, straighter roots with black skin and white flesh inside. It has a sweeter, milder taste with subtle hints of asparagus and nuts. One remarkable feature of Scorzonera was its excellent storage life. Roots harvested in autumn could be kept in cool cellars buried in sand and remain fresh until summer, a valuable food reserve in medieval times. Documents from the 1500s show it was popular in monastery gardens, prized during fasting seasons for its taste and supposed healing powers. Doctors often recommended it for cleansing the blood and aiding digestion. However, the rise of modern refrigeration and transportation gradually lessened the need for such long-lasting root vegetables, leading to its decline. Though called Welsh onions, these hardy plants actually originated in East Asia and likely reached Europe through trade around the 13th century. They aren't true onions botanically, but medieval farmers valued them for their persistent green shoots. Unlike regular onions, Welsh onions formed permanent clumps and multiplied slowly by division rather than replanting each year. Old gardening books even suggest a single clump could sustain a family for decades through careful splitting. Welsh onions filled practical roles by providing fresh, hollow green stalks long after other plants had died back. Medieval cooks used these greens to add flavor to many dishes. Their impressive ability to survive cold weather made them especially useful during harsh winters, supplying vital vitamins when other fresh foods were scarce. Still, modern agriculture eventually favored the larger bulb varieties of common onions. Fat hen was another spontaneous visitor that thrived across medieval European fields and gardens. Instead of pulling it out as a weed, people made good use of this nutritious green. Recent studies confirm fat hen's impressive nutritional profile: higher protein than cabbage, more iron than spinach, and more calcium than kale, earning it a spot among today's superfoods. The name fat hen came from observing how feeding it to chickens boosted their egg production and growth rates. Archaeological digs at ancient sites have uncovered numerous fat hen seeds mixed within discarded food scraps, indicating it was a common part of people's diets. During times of famine, this wild plant often served as a vital food source, helping many avoid starvation. Ways of preparing it differed across regions. Its leaves were cooked like spinach or eaten raw in salads, while its seeds were ground into flour to use in emergencies. Unfortunately, modern agriculture views fat hen as a weed competing with crops and has tried to eradicate it, in contrast to wild plants fighting for recognition. Lovage once enjoyed widespread culinary popularity before mysteriously fading away. Roman legions brought lovage seeds along during their conquests across Europe, planting this hardy herb wherever they settled. Monasteries upheld this tradition, ensuring lovage grew in their herb gardens. Lovage's flavor is intensely potent. Imagine celery and parsley combined, but amplified many times over. In medieval kitchens it was a staple. A single stalk could flavor entire soups, dried leaves enriched meat dishes, crushed seeds improved bread, and roots were cooked much like parsnips. The hollow stems were even candied into sweets. The herb's medicinal qualities added to its value. Its oils aided digestion, reduced bloating and encouraged mild fluid release. Records from 13th century monasteries mention lovage-based remedies for stomach and kidney ailments. Typically, lovage plants lived up to 2 decades, growing taller than 6 feet, offering plenty of flavor from a compact space. Their resilience helped them survive winter, regrowing strongly in spring. However, with the arrival of exotic spices from global trade, lovage gradually lost its prominence in cooking. Despite its name, corn salad has no connection to American corn. This confusion stems from older European language where corn simply referred to grains before maize arrived. These delicate greens naturally appear after harvest in autumn and continue growing through winter. Medieval farmers valued corn salad not just for sustenance but for its pleasant taste. Unlike many wild greens, it offers a mild, slightly nutty flavor without bitterness. It could be gathered even in the coldest months when other fresh foods were scarce. Recent analysis shows corn salad is rich in omega-3 fatty acids, about 3 times more than typical lettuce, along with notable amounts of iron and vitamin C. Medieval people understood its importance as a fresh winter green, yet modern farming favors lettuces that sell better and are easier to harvest. Few plants have seen such a dramatic shift from past significance to modern neglect as tansy. This bushy herb with feathery leaves and bright yellow button flowers contains strong aromas spread throughout the plant. Its complex taste blends bitter, spicy and slightly sweet notes which medieval palates enjoyed but modern ones mostly reject. Chemical studies reveal over 40 unique flavor compounds in tansy leaves. Historical recipes include tansy in both savory and sweet dishes. During Easter, chopped tansy mixed with eggs, cream, breadcrumbs and sweeteners was fried into cakes. Spring festivals featured tansy-flavored cheeses and special events offered tansy-infused beer. Besides flavor, tansy's potent compounds acted as natural preservatives, helping extend food freshness before refrigeration existed. It was also used medicinally to treat intestinal parasites, digestive issues and fevers. Monastery gardens regularly grew tansy for both cooking and healing, often planting it near entrances to deter insects with its strong scent. As milder herbs became more popular, tansy slowly vanished from culinary use. While some plants disappeared because of their intense flavors, sea kale faced neglect despite its remarkable benefits. Native to northern European coasts, sea kale thrived in salty, sandy soils where few edible plants could grow. Medieval coastal dwellers harvested sea kale in 2 ways. Young shoots in spring were blanched and eaten like asparagus, while older leaves were cooked like cabbage. Unlike many wild foods, sea kale has a gentle, sweet flavor. Its high vitamin C level, 6 times that of citrus by weight, was crucial for fishing communities lacking fresh produce, helping prevent scurvy. The gradual disappearance of sea kale from diets today represents a significant loss, considering its easy coastal growth that required little farming effort. Unlike plants grown solely for food, ward served dual purposes, mainly cultivated for producing blue dye but also offering edible parts. Before ward cultivation, obtaining blue textiles was a major challenge across Europe. Before ward leaves developed their dyeing chemicals, young shoots were harvested as tender greens for springtime meals and broths. Their taste was gentle with a hint of pepper similar to that of fresh mustard leaves. Growing ward caused notorious odor issues. Extracting dye involved fermenting the leaves, which created such unpleasant smells that royal decrees banned processing near prominent residences. Even though ward was economically valuable for fabric dyeing, it gradually lost popularity both as a food and as a dye source. While turnip roots remain familiar in traditional European dishes, medieval farmers placed equal importance on the leafy parts, a custom mostly forgotten in modern cultivation. Turnip greens pack far more nutrients than the roots, offering about 4 times the calcium, triple the vitamin A and twice the protein. Farmers of the medieval era would gently harvest the outer leaves throughout the growing season, taking care not to damage the roots beneath. These wholesome greens were a staple in soups, stews, and fresh preparations, bringing a unique peppery taste that brightened the often bland winter fare. Clever heating methods of common people in the Middle Ages. Historical research reveals that ordinary folks in the Middle Ages came up with surprisingly effective ways to stay warm through the cold winters. Without the help of modern gadgets, these people designed clever heating setups using only the limited materials they had. Their techniques for staying warm didn't just help them survive harsh winters, they also brought families and neighbors closer during the chilliest months. Examining these traditions highlights how medieval communities combined practical skills with teamwork to meet the basic challenge of winter survival. The primary source of heat inside medieval houses was a fire pit set right in the center of the main living space. Unlike today's fireplaces, which are usually built against walls, medieval fires were placed in the middle of rooms. This arrangement helped the warmth spread evenly throughout the home. These fire pits were made from stones chosen specifically for their ability to absorb and hold heat. While the fire burned, the stones soaked up warmth and then slowly released it long after the flames had faded, acting like natural heat reservoirs. Having the fire in the middle also created a natural gathering place where family members could cook, work, and socialize. Their method for handling smoke was simple but effective. Smoke gradually drifted upwards and escaped through an opening in the roof. Although this caused lots of soot buildup and a smoky smell, the heat generated was crucial for surviving freezing temperatures. The fire pit wasn't just a heat source, it was the home's beating heart. Medieval builders also showed a solid understanding of how to use sunlight for heating. Houses were designed to catch as much winter sunlight as possible when the sun hung low in the sky. South-facing windows let in rays that warmed the rooms inside. Thick walls made from stone or packed earth served two important roles. They made the building sturdy and trapped heat. These walls absorbed the sun's warmth during the day and slowly released it during the night, helping to keep indoor temperatures steady despite the cold outside. Natural materials like wood and dried plants also helped slow down heat loss. In colder regions, some homes were partly dug into the ground to take advantage of the Earth's relatively stable temperatures below the surface. This smart combination of techniques showed that medieval builders really understood their environment and made the most of the resources around them. Roofs made from overlapping layers of dried plants were common and worked well to keep homes warm. This thick plant covering acted as insulation, stopping heat from escaping and cold air from entering. The materials for these roofs, leftover crops and farm plants, were easy to gather, inexpensive and naturally water-resistant, protecting homes from rain and snow. Though these roofs needed occasional repairs because of rot or pests, the warmth they provided made the effort worthwhile. Preparing and installing these plant roofs usually required many hands, which helped strengthen community ties while getting homes ready for winter. In this way, the roofing system not only conserved heat but also encouraged social cooperation. It was common for medieval houses to have animal shelters right next to or even partially inside the living areas. This was done deliberately to make use of the warmth animals naturally produced. The walls between human and animal spaces were often thin to allow heat to transfer easily. Sometimes livestock took up nearly 1/3 of the entire home's floor space, adding significant warmth to the living quarters. Animals weren't just sources of heat, they also provided important winter supplies. When wood was scarce, animal manure could be used as fuel for fires. Livestock also supplied food like milk and eggs, plus materials like wool and leather, helping people get through the cold month. Though this arrangement brought some unpleasant smells and attracted insects, the benefits of warmth and resources made it a practical choice during winter's toughest times. Medieval people also created smart ways to warm floors. They heated large stones in the main fire pit and then placed them beneath wooden or dirt floors. These stones held onto heat and gradually warmed the rooms above, working similarly to modern underfloor heating. In some medieval homes, floors made from brick or clay were carefully chosen because they retained warmth exceptionally well. These materials were especially useful in houses partially built underground, where the earth helped keep the temperature steady throughout the year. Besides making living spaces cozier, these heating setups had practical perks. By warming the floors, they helped reduce moisture, which in turn kept mold and related breathing problems at bay. The warmth from both the heated floors and the central hearth combined to spread heat more evenly inside the home. Though these systems required consistent maintenance and careful installation to avoid fire hazards, their benefits made the effort worthwhile for medieval families. To stay warm while working outside or traveling, people created portable heating devices. These tools were vital for outdoor tasks like farming, trading, or socializing in freezing weather. A simple approach involved heating stones in the main fire and then wrapping them in cloth or animal hides. These warm stones could be carried inside clothing or held by hand to provide heat for hours. More sophisticated versions were metal containers that safely held smoldering materials, offering longer-lasting warmth during extended outdoor activities. Women often relied on these portable heaters while managing chores or moving between locations. Archaeologists have found some with decorative touches, showing that these items could also serve as status symbols or pieces of personal beauty. Despite the risk of burns or accidental fires, these mobile heating aids were crucial for staying active during cold winters when outdoor work was unavoidable. Finding ways to keep beds warm at night was another important challenge. Special metal boxes designed for bed warming were filled with hot embers and placed carefully between sheets to heat the sleeping area before bedtime. Beds with canopies often had heavy fabric curtains that could be drawn shut, trapping body heat inside the small enclosed space. Additional layers of wool or animal skins further helped keep warmth contained. Common mattress fillings included dried grasses and straw, which provided natural insulation but sometimes attracted mice or insects. Despite this, the warmth they offered outweighed these inconveniences. Thanks to these combined methods, people could sleep in relatively warm and comfortable conditions despite harsh winter nights, ensuring they got the rest they needed. Medieval heating was improved by using reflective surfaces placed near fire pits to bounce heat back into the room. Shiny metals or smooth stones positioned around fireplaces helped redirect warmth that would otherwise escape through walls, allowing homes to stay warmer without extra fuel. These reflective panels also protected flammable building materials from direct heat, reducing the risk of accidental fires in houses mainly built from wood or thatch. In larger homes, movable reflectors let occupants aim heat toward cold spots. Archaeological discoveries reveal some heat reflectors featured ornamental designs, indicating they held cultural or artistic significance beyond their practical use. Using these devices showed medieval people's impressive understanding of how radiant heat works despite lacking modern scientific knowledge. Winter survival extended beyond individual homes to village-wide strategies. Communal fire pits in shared spaces provided warmth that anyone could access. These public heating spots were not just for warmth, they became social hubs where people gathered for storytelling, music, and dancing, helping lift spirits during the long cold months. Those with limited home heating could rely on these community fires, reflecting a spirit of mutual support. Winter festivals and religious ceremonies often centered around these shared fires, adding symbolic meaning to the practical need for heat. This blend of cultural celebration and survival reflects how medieval communities approached challenges holistically. Overall, medieval heating techniques reveal remarkable resourcefulness and deep knowledge about heat, building materials, and social cooperation, all achieved with the technology available at the time. The Tudor sisters, Mary and Elizabeth. At first glance, Mary and Elizabeth Tudor seemed like total opposites. They were born in different decades, but their religious differences created an even deeper divide. Mary was raised in the Catholic faith, and her world centered around strict religious practice. Elizabeth, meanwhile, grew up with Protestant values, and probably viewed her older sister as stuck in the past and at odds with her own beliefs. England wasn't entirely ready to accept women as rulers during their time. Society was run by men, with a belief that women were too emotional and lacked the logical strength to govern. Most people doubted that female leadership could match that of a king. Mary's reign was short-lived while Elizabeth held power for decades. One leaned toward Rome, the other toward reform. Mary maintained ties with Spain, while Elizabeth's biggest win was defeating the Spanish Armada. Despite these visible differences, the Tudor sisters shared more similarities than is usually assumed. Mary entered the world on February 18, 1516 at Greenwich Palace. Her mother, Catherine of Aragon, was King Henry VIII's first wife and a Spanish royal by birth. Catherine came from a line of fierce and capable women. Her own mother, Isabella of Castile, fought alongside armies and taught her children with the same grit. Catherine was one of the most educated and cultured women of her time. Though Mary wasn't the long-awaited male heir, her arrival brought hope after many lost pregnancies. Catherine was only 30 and could still bear more children. Mary's healthy birth proved that a strong child was possible. She inherited her father's pale skin and rosy cheeks, and Henry adored her, ensuring she got the finest education offered to girls in England. Catherine didn't raise Mary to be just a wife. Her early life included Spanish language and religious customs. At 9, Mary was sent to Ludlow Castle as the de facto Princess of Wales, where she managed the region in her father's name. She studied languages, philosophy, and even political theory, tools for any potential leader. Mary's learning shaped her into a sharp thinker. She saw herself as mentally equal to men, believing she carried both her mother's depth and her father's intelligence. Her upbringing was meant to prepare her for marriage, of course. In the 1500s, princesses were vital for politics. Marriages weren't about love, but diplomacy. Mary was betrothed by age 2 and spent her childhood engaged to several foreign nobles, with each promise depending on the shifting alliances of European politics. As Mary entered her teen years, things began to unravel. By 1525, Catherine had turned 40 and hopes of her producing a son faded. Henry's obsession with fathering a male successor grew more urgent. As only the second king from the Tudor line, he needed a solid future. England's enemies, including Scotland, France and Spain, were always lurking, and a shaky succession could invite chaos. Henry became infatuated with Anne Boleyn, one of Catherine's young attendants. This wasn't a fleeting affair. He believed Anne would give him a son, but to marry her he had to be rid of Catherine. The Pope refused to grant a divorce and Catherine held her ground. The standoff dragged on for nearly a decade. In 1531, Henry even blocked Mary, now a teenager, from visiting her mother unless both gave in and supported the split. Neither did. Eventually Henry broke from the Catholic Church, naming himself head of the new Church of England. The Archbishop of Canterbury approved his divorce, and in January 1533, Henry married the already pregnant Anne. That summer Anne was crowned queen. Anne gave birth weeks later, not to a boy but to Elizabeth. Although disappointed, Henry and Anne were still pleased. Elizabeth proved Anne's fertility and they assumed a son would come next. For Mary, then 17, the moment was devastating. She lost her royal rights and was stripped of her household and title. Worst of all, she was forced to become a servant in baby Elizabeth's home. Pressure mounted on her to declare herself illegitimate, to accept Anne as queen and to recognize Elizabeth as the true heir. Mary's hardships deepened when Catherine died on January 7, 1536 at Kimbolton House. Rumors claimed foul play, but she'd been unwell for a while. Catherine never stopped insisting she was the rightful queen. Henry, still bitter, didn't even let Mary attend the funeral. At court, Catherine's death was met with open celebration. Henry and Anne paraded young Elizabeth as a triumph. But Anne's downfall came swiftly. Within months she was accused of adultery, incest and plotting against the king. On May 19, 1536, she was executed at the Tower of London. Henry quickly remarried. Jane Seymour became his new queen days after Anne's death. Exhausted and mourning, Mary finally gave in. She recognized Henry as the leader of the church and agreed that her parents' marriage had been unlawful. She also accepted that she was born out of incest, an admission that haunted her forever. Her submission brought few benefits. Though she was allowed to return to court life, her position as heir wasn't reinstated. Instead, a fresh act of succession removed baby Elizabeth's royal status and placed any future child of Jane Seymour as next in line. That child arrived in the fall of 1537, a long-awaited son named Edward. Edward was born at Hampton Court Palace, Henry VIII's ever-expanding royal residence. The king was ecstatic, viewing his choices as vindicated. With a male heir secured, his daughters faded into the background as attention shifted solely to the boy. Ironically, Edward's arrival brought a kind of relief to both Mary and Elizabeth. With his birth, expectations of queenship for either vanished, easing competition and perhaps fostering a quiet bond over shared illegitimacy. Elizabeth began her education under her own tutors and eventually joined Edward's household. Mary returned to the royal court and mended ties with her father. Queen Jane, however, died shortly after giving birth. Over the following decade, Henry married 3 more times, but no additional children were born. For the remainder of his reign, Mary and Elizabeth existed in a similarly fragile status. Henry died on January 28, 1547. Years before, a revised Act of Succession had reinserted his daughters into the royal line, despite their continued official illegitimacy after Edward. Edward became king as a young boy, with a group of powerful men acting in his name. Though these regents drove Protestant reforms, Edward himself supported them with increasing confidence. Even in youth, he began asserting authority over national matters. His rule wasn't easy for his sisters. Teenage Elizabeth moved into the household of Henry's final wife, Catherine Parr, where it's believed she was sexually preyed upon by Parr's husband, Thomas Seymour. Meanwhile, Mary clashed with Edward's Protestant advisors, refusing to abandon her Catholic practices despite pressure. The siblings frequently butted heads over faith. One emotional Christmas confrontation ended in tears for both, revealing a deep divide that couldn't be bridged. Edward's time as king was short-lived. In early 1553, he became gravely ill and died on July 6 at the age of 15. His council concealed the news while scrambling to secure a Protestant succession. Fearing that Mary would undo all religious reforms, Edward drafted a will bypassing both of his sisters. He named Lady Jane Grey, his cousin and daughter-in-law to the Duke of Northumberland, as his heir, a move seen as a Protestant power play. As news of Edward's death circulated, Mary sprang into action. From her holdings in East Anglia, she began assembling loyal supporters. England braced for a possible civil conflict. 3 days before Edward passed, Mary had been en route to visit him, unaware of the plan to detain her and ensure Jane's claim. A loyal ally managed to warn her just in time. She redirected to East Anglia, where she had the land and influence to rally an army. Mary responded with fierce resolve, viewing her claim as a divine duty to bring back Catholicism. Her readiness to fight underscored her unshakable Tudor will. On July 10, Lady Jane Grey was announced as Queen. Northumberland and the Council held London, the Tower and the Armoury. He began organising a campaign to capture Mary and Elizabeth, but once Northumberland left the capital, support began to crumble. The streets of London met Jane's proclamation with eerie silence. The people didn't see her as a legitimate ruler, they favoured the true-born daughter of Henry V. A civil war was averted. While Jane waited anxiously in the Tower, towns across the nation declared for Mary. Even Northumberland realised the tide had turned. 6 days after departing London, he conceded and acknowledged Mary as sovereign. Mary then moved toward London triumphantly, leaving Elizabeth in a delicate spot as heir. She could be either a trusted partner or looming rival. In August, Elizabeth met Mary outside the city, riding with 1,000 men dressed in vibrant green and white, the Tudor colours both honouring her sister and signalling her own strength. Together the sisters rode into the capital. London was set to impress as Mary made her way into the city. The streets sparkled, cleaned for the occasion, and buildings shimmered with fine fabrics. Mary arrived dressed regally in royal purple, her outfit glittering with gems and pearls. Though naturally reserved and uneasy in social settings, she carried herself with great dignity, making her presence unmistakably commanding. Close behind her came Elizabeth, tall and striking in appearance. Both women carried a strong sense of their Tudor identity and rightful claim. The procession was carefully staged to radiate strength from the Tudor line, even though tensions quietly simmered beneath the surface. Elizabeth, always politically aware, knew supporting Mary was the smartest way to protect her own future. Mary's coronation on October 1 sent a clear message. It was a traditional Catholic ceremony signaling a national shift back to older religious customs. She didn't make sweeping changes overnight, but gradually moved England away from the Protestant practices established under Edward. Restoring Catholicism was Mary's top priority. It drove her domestic agenda and shaped her dealings with foreign powers. She saw the Protestant phase as a mistake to be corrected. Those unwilling to return to Catholic traditions faced strict penalties. To solidify Catholic rule for the future, Mary needed a child, and for that a husband. Her choice stunned her advisors and the public alike. Prince Philip of Spain, next in line to rule much of Europe through the Habsburg family. The pair wed on July 25, 1554, after having only met 2 days earlier. Mary's marriage options were limited. An English husband risked sparking jealousy among noble families, while a foreign alliance could give outsiders too much sway over England. She chose Philip partly out of gratitude for Spain's support during her earlier struggle for the throne, and partly to mirror the union of her own Spanish mother and English father. The marriage agreement gave Philip little control in England. He couldn't fill government roles, enforce Spanish customs, or involve England in his military campaigns. Still, people feared that his influence would pull England into Spain's empire and its Catholic orbit. Among the English elite, especially the political class, resentment toward foreign rule ran deep. The idea that England might become an extension of Catholic Spain or tied too closely to the Holy Roman Empire caused alarm. This fear fueled Protestant resistance. A conspiracy led by Sir Thomas Wyatt aimed to remove Mary and install Elizabeth. Thousands rallied behind this plan, but royal forces held the line at London. The uprising collapsed and leaders were publicly executed to reaffirm the Queen's control. Though the rebellion didn't last long, it placed Elizabeth in real danger. Many believed she was at least aware of the plot, if not involved. She was interrogated by the Queen's Council, holding firm to her denials. Elizabeth was locked up in the Tower of London, the very place her mother once awaited death. Mary's advisors even prepared Elizabeth's death warrant. Some say Mary came close to signing it but hesitated at the last moment. Whether it was Elizabeth's appeals or fear of deepening political rifts, Mary chose not to go through with it. After several tense months, Elizabeth regained her freedom. By the end of 1554, England had rejoined the Roman Church. Catholic teachings filled pulpits once again, monastic communities returned, and old laws about heresy came back, enabling the prosecution of those who defied Catholic teachings. Mary's harshest legacy came from these religious persecutions, though debates continue about whether she was crueler than other rulers of her time. The period earned her the label Bloody Mary. The 1500s were brutal across Europe and executing dissenters wasn't unusual. What made Mary's rule stand out was the sheer number of executions by burning. In just a few years, 287 people, including women and children, were put to death this way. Mary believed a few public punishments would scare others into obedience. In her mind, allowing heresy to spread endangered her own soul and the country's. Late in 1554, Mary revealed she was expecting a child. That spring, Elizabeth was summoned to court to witness the birth, one that would push her out of the line of succession and cement Catholic rule. Everything seemed to be falling into place. This news deeply disturbed Elizabeth and her Protestant backers, who feared permanent loss of influence. But as time passed, no baby arrived. The pregnancy turned out to be false, and Mary had to face the humiliating truth in front of a watchful kingdom and continent. Mary had long suffered from mysterious health issues, stomach aches, weakness and nausea. Modern experts believe she may have had ovarian cancer, which could explain the physical changes that made many, including Mary herself, believe she was pregnant. Mary's phantom pregnancy shifted the course of everything. Her Spanish husband Philip gradually distanced himself, returning to the continent to deal with pressing issues across the Habsburg lands. He left England in September 1555 and made only one short visit before Mary's passing, signaling the quiet collapse of their union. Although Mary was passionately devoted to him, Philip never shared her affection. Once it became clear there would be no heir, he departed, frustrated and humiliated, leaving Mary burdened with deeper sorrow. The disappointments didn't stop there. Mary's hope that England would proudly rejoin the Catholic fold under Rome's guidance unraveled. Instead of a grand reunion, the kingdom drifted further from European Catholicism. Political tensions between Philip and Pope Paul I, especially over military disputes in Italy, made the alliance Mary dreamed of impossible. Her vision for a renewed Catholic England fell apart. By the time she neared 40, with no child and a husband long gone, Mary was forced to accept that Protestant Elizabeth would follow her. This realization darkened her spirit and weakened her already fragile health. As 1558 wore on, word of her failing condition became common knowledge. She struggled with basic decisions, couldn't manage competing voices, and lost control of her divided court. A growing number of nobles, sensing the inevitable, began to look toward Elizabeth's court at Hatfield. Mary observed it all unfold, unable to intervene. Barely 5 years after she had been welcomed with cheers in London, Mary died on November 17, 1558, aged 42. Elizabeth, aided by her trusted advisor Robert Cecil, assumed power seamlessly. It was the smoothest transition the nation had seen in generations. Elizabeth would rule for the next 45 years. She refused Philip's renewed marriage proposal, famously repelled the Spanish Armada, and ushered in an era of remarkable cultural growth. Her reign saw an explosion in literature, printing and the arts, giving rise to giants like Shakespeare, Donne, Marlowe, Sidney and Spenser. Unlike Mary, Elizabeth never took a husband. Instead, she crafted an image of a self-sufficient ruler, turning what some viewed as a flaw into her greatest strength. She embraced her authority with confidence and built a persona larger than any English monarch before her. Though often contrasted, Elizabeth inherited much from Mary's early reforms. Mary had already laid the foundation for improved finances, maritime strength and overseas discovery. She had backed expeditions to new regions including Russia, the Baltic and North America, as well as northern sea routes. Elizabeth carried these beginnings further, forging her own path and reputation. But like her sister, she remained unmarried and childless. With her passing, the Tudor line came to an end. The throne then passed smoothly to her relative James VI of Scotland, who became the first Stuart monarch of England. He ordered the sisters to be laid to rest together at Westminster Abbey, but their shared tomb symbolizes more than blood. Both had walked similar roads, once royal daughters, then cast aside they survived sibling rivalry, and reigned in a world dominated by men. Each bore the weight of ruling as a woman in a society unprepared for it. Mary had been the first to openly promote the idea of female monarchy, calling the Queen a mother to her people, words that later echoed through Elizabeth's reign. Though Mary's rule remains divisive, she made it legally and politically possible for a woman to reign just as a man would. Elizabeth benefited from that precedent, stepping into a role her sister had legitimized. Together, Mary and Elizabeth proved that queens could rule with strength, insight and vision. Their success reshaped how England viewed female leadership. Without them, it's likely that monarchs like Queen Victoria or Queen Elizabeth II would not have ascended without resistance. Today, the idea of a reigning queen feels normal. But that acceptance was forged nearly 5 centuries ago by two extraordinary sisters who reshaped the monarchy and left a legacy that endures. How medieval peasants survived winter without freezing. Genius cold hacks from the Middle Ages. During medieval times, cold winters caused serious challenges for ordinary people. Without modern heating, they had to rely on clever, time-tested ways to survive freezing temperatures. Their techniques, refined over generations, revealed both practical wisdom and a deep understanding of nature. One common practice was building homes partially underground, about 2 to 3 feet deep, similar to a shallow cellar. This design acted like natural insulation, keeping the interior roughly 10 to 12 degrees warmer in winter compared to houses fully above ground, as shown by archaeological studies. Houses themselves were deliberately small, designed to hold in warmth efficiently. Windows were tiny, no larger than a person's head, and ceilings were kept low. These features were mainly about conserving heat rather than reflecting the height of people in that era. Construction materials were simple but effective. Walls were made by weaving sticks called wattle, and then coating them with a mixture of mud, straw, and animal manure daub. Surprisingly, this combination provided insulation almost equal to some modern walls with standard insulation, thanks to the natural materials creating a good heat barrier. Instead of fireplaces fixed against walls, medieval homes often had fire pits right in the center. These served multiple roles: heating, cooking, and social gathering. Research on these fire pits found they maintained indoor temperatures around 50 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit even when it was freezing outdoors, chilly by today's standards, but enough to stay comfortable. Every part of the home had a purpose. Beds were placed far from cold drafts. Roofs had specific angles to shed snow without ruining the straw thatching. Houses faced directions that captured the most sunlight during the day. Smoke was channeled cleverly to form a protective insulating layer which also prevented the roofs from rotting. In fact, the smoky atmosphere inside homes doubled the lifespan of thatched roofs. Seasonal care involved adding fresh mud coatings, layering extra straw, and hanging cloth or animal hides on walls for extra warmth. Villagers followed strict daily routines aligned with the weather. The hours between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., known as high sun, were the warmest and busiest times for group work. Records from the 1200s even show fines for those skipping these communal tasks. Sleep patterns differed too. Instead of sleeping straight through the night, people rested in 2 shifts, first after sunset, then waking for a couple of hours around midnight before sleeping again until dawn. Medical texts from the 1300s actually recommended this split sleep as healthier. Cooking was centered on shared ovens heated up around 11 a.m. Archaeological remains show these ovens could bake up to 100 loaves at a time, and their heat could warm the village by 3 to 4 degrees, combining baking with heating the surroundings. As temperatures dropped later in the day, work moved indoors. Villagers appointed cold watchers who used simple techniques to decide when outside labor should stop. Evening meetings served both practical and social purposes, with the body heat from gathered villagers raising room temperatures by nearly 5 to 6 degrees. For food storage, medieval communities built underground cellars that stayed a steady 39 degrees year-round. Excavations have revealed extensive networks of these pits. One Yorkshire village had over 200, serving around 50 families. These storage pits were carefully designed with separate compartments for different foods, drainage systems, air channels, and moisture control using water-filled clay pots. Soil tests show humidity levels stayed between 85 and 95%, ideal for preserving vegetables for long periods. Root vegetables served as basic temperature gauges in storage areas. When frost appeared, it meant insulation wasn't sufficient, while early sprouting indicated poor air circulation. A document from the 1200s listed more than 20 types of vegetables ranked by their sensitivity to cold, forming a simple but reliable way to monitor conditions. Hay was vital for insulation, carefully layered around stored food to create heat buffer zones. Each layer helped to lower temperature fluctuations by around 2 FL. Records reveal sophisticated snowpacking techniques that kept temperatures steady between 34 and 37 PF for weeks after the outside snow melted. Detailed accounts describe organized rotation schedules for stored foods based on temperature shifts, with penalties for families who ignored the routines. Villagers even appointed people to regularly sample the stored foods, a task many disliked but necessary for safety. Medieval physicians advised special diets for winter survival, suggesting daily calories of 4,000 to 5,000 during the coldest months. Comparable to what athletes today consume, communities relied more on long-lasting preserved foods than fresh produce. The staple winter dish was pottage, A stew kept simmering continuously for days or even weeks by adding ingredients regularly. Studies of ancient cooking pots show meals maintained for up to 3 weeks, with steady heat helping to kill harmful bacteria. Manna documents recommend layering foods, root vegetables at the bottom for sustained energy, beans in the middle as protein sources, and grains on top for quick energy. Analysis of preserved food remains shows this method provided a better balance of nutrients than many modern diets. Fermentation was common. Grains turned into ale, fruits into wine, and vegetables into preserves. A late 13th century record describes a thick honeyed winter drink containing about 400 calories per pint. Lab tests of recreated medieval ferments show beneficial bacteria levels up to 10 times higher than today's versions. Winter bread was dense and slightly fermented, very different from modern bread. Rough grinding accidentally left bran and germ intact, making bread with fiber content exceeding modern daily recommendations by 3 days. Chemical studies reveal medieval bread had up to 40% more nutrients than today's whole grain bread. Historical sources outline exact meal times: a large morning meal for initial warmth, midday refueling, and smaller evening portions to maintain heat overnight. Research finds this schedule aligns closely with modern knowledge of body rhythms. Mid-112's evidence shows entire families, sometimes 6 people, shared wooden platforms covered with straw. Modern experiments suggest this setup helped survival in freezing conditions, with combined body heat raising the local temperature by about 7 to 9 TeV. Medieval sleepers rested in semi-upright positions rather than lying flat, reducing exposure to cold air by roughly 30%. Court records mention official sleep inspectors who checked proper bed use during severe cold, imposing fines for poor arrangements. Research uncovers smart multi-layered bed designs, a packed straw base adjusted seasonally, a wool middle layer if available, and household cloth on top. These platforms were tilted at about 15 due to balance airflow and retain warmth. Modern tests show they stayed 11 to 13 TeV warmer than flat surfaces. Beds were set exactly 18 inches above the floor, with some homes placing them over animal stalls to gain extra heat. Family members shifted sleeping positions during the night, placing the youngest and oldest in the warmest spots in the middle. Unlike today's habits, medieval winter clothes were intentionally left unwashed to keep the natural oils in wool that repel water. Lab studies of preserved fabric show unwashed wool retained 40% better water resistance compared to cleaned cloth. Medieval clothing often featured multiple layers of wool, each treated uniquely to serve specific purposes. These layers trapped air pockets more efficiently than many synthetic fabrics today. Research indicates that typical winter garments from that era could keep body warmth intact for up to 6 hours in freezing weather. Surviving garments from the 14th century show evidence of 12 distinct moss varieties used as insulation. Each moss was chosen for its particular traits, some for their antibacterial effects, others for their excellent ability to trap air. Legal records from that time reveal disputes over access to prime moss collecting sites, highlighting how valuable these materials were. Outerwear was coated with animal fats, mainly from sheep or deer, forming water-resistant barriers that could endure heavy rainfall for as long as 4 hours. A waterproofing recipe dated 2025 lists a combination of pine resin and sheep fat, nearly identical in proportion to modern water-repellent formulas, maintaining effectiveness for around 3 months before needing a fresh application. The inner layers were often woven from nettle fibers, which provided moisture-wicking properties reaching up to 80% of what today's advanced fabrics achieve. Though less comfortable, they were highly functional. Medieval hoods were designed with adjustable flaps to be repositioned according to wind direction, reducing the chill factor by as much as 60%. Footwear with pointed tips minimized contact with the cold ground, cutting heat loss through the feet by roughly 25% compared to typical shoes of the period. Villagers commonly gathered in groups of 20 to 30 to work on clothing, using their combined body heat to warm the workspace. Records note that these meetings conserved about 3 weeks' worth of firewood by raising indoor temperatures by 5 to 6 degrees Fahrenheit. It was also common to shelter animals inside homes during winter. One cow alone could raise indoor temperatures by 3 to 4 degrees Fahrenheit. Typical families kept 3 to 4 cows alongside smaller livestock. Studies show that smart placement of animals could boost warmth by as much as 10 to 11 degrees, with these gains lasting up to half a day. Specific zones within the home were reserved for different animals based on how much heat they produced. Cows, the largest heat sources, were kept close to sleeping quarters. Pigs, which generate about half as much warmth as cows, stayed near food stores, while even chickens were valued for heating small areas. Records from the 100s compare heating power. 1 cow equals the warmth of 4 sheep or 16 chickens, a ratio modern heat output measurements confirm within 5%. Animals also created microclimates inside homes. Their body heat and breath increased humidity levels to around 60%, preventing freezing and mold while protecting wooden beams and reducing respiratory issues caused by dry air. Archaeological digs have uncovered raised platforms and feeding areas arranged to maximize heat distribution. One site shows how cow breath was funneled toward family sleeping spaces. Reconstructed airflow studies demonstrate these layouts could raise effective temperatures by an extra 3 to 4 degrees Fahrenheit. Historical accounts describe disagreements over where to place animals for winter warmth, with formal assessments of each animal's heating value based on size, age, and health. Evaluations that modern research finds surprisingly accurate. Floors often combined straw and ash layers that absorbed animal waste and generated extra warmth through decomposition. Samples from preserved medieval homes suggest this system added about 2 degrees of warmth, while producing natural antiseptics that helped prevent disease. These winter survival strategies highlight how medieval common folk developed a deep understanding of natural science and environmental management through generations of careful observation and innovation. Their integrated use of housing design, community efforts, food storage, nutrition, sleeping arrangements, clothing, and livestock care demonstrates impressive resourcefulness in facing harsh winters without modern technology. Many of these old techniques anticipated scientific principles only formally recognized centuries later. Some, like breathable insulation and passive heating, rival the efficiency of today's best solutions. This comprehensive approach to winter living stands as one of the most remarkable and often overlooked accomplishments of everyday medieval people. Beyond the smile, examining the life of the Queen Mother, many recognize her as a cherished royal icon, yet beneath Elizabeth Lyon's kindly public persona was a far more complex individual, known to the world as the Queen Mother. She presented a soft and caring image while guarding a determined and occasionally stern character, one that even Princess Diana would later encounter. Born on August 4, 1900, Elizabeth was raised in a wealthy aristocratic family as the ninth of 10 siblings. Her father was so taken with her sweet appearance that he gave her the middle name Angela. But behind that sweetness was a strong sense of self. On one occasion, after someone helped her up from a fall, she chastised them for calling her dearie instead of the proper ma'am, even demonstrating the correct pronunciation by comparing it to the word spam. Although her family valued noble connections more than formal education, Elizabeth proved to be quite intelligent. Her schoolwork earned praise from her teachers, and she excelled on exams. Her protected childhood shifted dramatically with the outbreak of World War I, which coincided with her birthday and saw Britain at war with Germany. At first she was too young to contribute directly to the war effort, but eventually she experienced its harsh realities firsthand. 4 of her brothers served in the military. Her eldest brother Fergus lost his life in combat, and another was taken prisoner. The family converted their home, Glamis Castle, into a recovery centre for wounded soldiers, where Elizabeth showed deep compassion as she cared for the injured men. After the war, Prince Albert, the younger son of King George V, sought to win Elizabeth's affection. Their romance was far from smooth. She rejected his initial proposal in 1921, finding him too shy and awkward. More importantly, she feared that marrying into royalty would take away her independence and freedom to live her own way. Despite her refusals, Prince Albert remained persistent. When Elizabeth declined his second proposal, the prince turned to his mother for help. Queen Mary met Elizabeth and was so impressed that she declared Elizabeth the perfect match for Bertie, Albert's nickname. While weighing her options, Elizabeth reportedly flirted with Albert's aide, James Stuart, and maybe even with Albert's elder brother Edward, the Prince of Wales. However, Edward, known for his many romances, didn't appear to pursue her seriously. In January 1923, after nearly 2 years of courting, Elizabeth accepted Albert's third proposal. The news was a disappointment to many unmarried men throughout England. The couple married in April 1923 at Westminster Abbey. During the ceremony, Elizabeth laid her bridal bouquet on the tomb of the unknown warrior, as a heartfelt tribute to her fallen brother Fergus. As Duchess of York, Elizabeth quickly won the affection of the public. Her love for her husband reportedly deepened after their daughters were born. Princess Elizabeth, who would become Queen Elizabeth II, and Princess Margaret, born 4 years apart. When King George V passed away in January 1936, dramatic changes shook the monarchy. The throne passed to Elizabeth's brother-in-law, Edward, whose playboy reputation raised doubts about his fitness to rule. Within months, Edward abdicated to marry Wallis Simpson, a divorced American, making Elizabeth's husband the new king. King George VI. Contrary to fairy tale portrayals, Elizabeth reportedly resented this sudden elevation. She openly disliked Wallis Simpson, once coldly ignoring her at Balmoral Castle by saying, "I came to dine with the king." Privately, Elizabeth always referred to Simpson as "that woman," and refused to grant her the title Her Royal Highness even after her marriage to Edward. Following their coronation, Elizabeth and King George VI described their roles as a burden of honor that nearly destroyed their private happiness. During World War II, Elizabeth stood as a symbol of British resilience alongside her husband. After her mother Lady Strathmore died, she famously refused to leave for Canada, declaring, "The children won't leave without me, I won't go without the king, and the king will never leave his country." However, her wartime visits caused some backlash. While touring bomb-damaged areas in London's East End, Elizabeth wore bright pastel outfits and elegant jackets. Many residents, enduring hardship and ruin, viewed her stylish attire as insensitive. Some even expressed their anger by shouting and throwing things at her. Surprisingly, Elizabeth never understood their resentment, believing she should present her best appearance to her people just as they would dress up to see her. When bombs hit Buckingham Palace, Elizabeth said, "I'm glad we were bombed, now I can face the people of the East End." Her influence during that period was so strong that Adolf Hitler supposedly called her Europe's most dangerous woman. Records hint that Elizabeth held anti-Jewish opinions and backed efforts to appease Hitler before the war broke out. After World War II, Elizabeth shifted to a more lavish lifestyle. She threw lavish parties at Windsor Castle where government officials played silly games in the historic halls. She was said to take pleasure in watching Eton boys being chased by dogs for fun. Behind her polished public image, Elizabeth drank heavily every day, starting with Dubonnet at noon, then red wine at lunch, port and martini before dinner, and champagne with her meal, enough to get much larger people drunk. Her calm public demeanor wasn't always perfect. Sometimes less flattering traits surfaced. For example, during a 1947 tour of South Africa, she struck an approaching fan with her umbrella. Many stories describe her as looking down on ordinary people, a behavior she defended as patriotism. According to her assistant, she often wondered why people wanted her to kiss their babies and would imitate voices of former servants mockingly when they came around. Elizabeth opposed democratic voting in India and supported rule by the white majority in Rhodesia. Perhaps most shockingly, she once entered a reception for a Japanese prince loudly using a racial slur. In the early 1950s, King George VI's health worsened. After years of circulation problems, he was diagnosed with lung cancer in 1951. Surgery failed, and he died in February 1952. Elizabeth lost both her husband and her role as queen consort. Grief-stricken, she retreated to Scotland, vowing to quit public duties forever. Only Winston Churchill's urging persuaded her to return to royal responsibilities. Elizabeth never forgave Edward and Wallis Simpson, blaming them for her husband's early death. She believed that without the crown's burdens, Bertie might have lived longer. When the couple tried to attend King George's funeral, Elizabeth barred them from entering, keeping her own brother from the burial. Notably, she showed no tears at the funeral, maintaining her composure as a symbol of British strength. As a widow at 51, Elizabeth made sure to keep her status by asking her daughter to call her Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother, so people knew she still mattered in the royal family. She maintained her expensive lifestyle into old age. In 1998, the press revealed she had racked up a staggering £4 million overdraft from lavish spending. Unbothered, she attended horse races the very day the story broke, showing complete disregard for the scandal. Elizabeth lived to become one of history's longest-lived royals, celebrating her 100th birthday in 2000 across the Commonwealth. For the big event, she insisted her cake's icing include gin. During the 1980s marriage troubles between Prince Charles and Princess Diana, Elizabeth grew to dislike Diana, once commenting, "Though she's young, she should have known better." As a traditionalist, Elizabeth believed Diana's actions and public image harmed the monarchy's reputation. Some conspiracy theories around Diana's death hinted at palace involvement, fueled in part by Diana's own interview predicting her fate, though these remain unproven. Perhaps the darkest secret came out in 1987, when it was revealed that Elizabeth's nieces Catherine and Nerissa Bowes-Lyon, long thought dead, had actually been kept in a psychiatric hospital for decades with the family's knowledge. Investigations showed they had developmental disabilities, not mental illness. Critics accused Elizabeth and her relatives of hiding them out of shame and faking death certificates. Elizabeth denied knowing, blaming clerical mistakes explanations. Many found hard to accept, especially when she said the mental weakness came from the other side of the family. Elizabeth also kept her distance from her nephew Timothy, who struggled with alcoholism. She never visited him and missed his wife's funeral after she took her own life following the death of their child. Elizabeth's great-niece. One of Elizabeth's notable roles was supporting her husband through speech therapy for his stammer, a story later told in the film The King's Speech. She was known for her charm, famously shaking a stray dog's paw during an official event. Throughout her life, Elizabeth rarely spoke in public. This earned her the nickname the Smiling Duchess because of her cheerful but quiet demeanor. During her husband's reign, she believed silence was a powerful royal tool, calling it being completely oyster. Though she lived an exceptionally long life, Elizabeth's final years showed increasing frailty. Concerned about how she appeared, she arranged helicopter rides between residences to avoid photos of her in a wheelchair. She passed away peacefully on March 30, 2002 in her rooms at Windsor Castle. Mindful of her careful attention to public perception, Elizabeth's funeral plans reflected thoughtful detail. Her coffin was adorned with a wreath made of chamomile from her own garden, a flower she had requested be placed on the tomb of the unknown warrior, echoing a gesture she made on her wedding day nearly 80 years earlier. The life of Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon uncovers a woman of surprising complexity beneath her polished public facade. Though she enjoyed widespread popularity throughout her long years, historical accounts reveal a more nuanced character than her flawless reputation suggests. Someone whose mix of strengths and imperfections shaped her into one of the most enduring and impactful figures in the history of the British royal family. When people picture farmers in the Middle Ages, they often imagine endless hardship and scarcity. But this common image deserves a second look beyond the usual tales. Many assume that medieval peasants survived by eating dirt and bugs, yet historical records reveal a more balanced reality. Their meals weren't fancy or diverse, but they didn't constantly starve either. The staple of a farm worker's diet was grain-based foods. Large quantities of bread formed the bulk of their daily intake. Unlike today's soft, airy bread, medieval bread was coarse, dense, and made from local grains. Most common people ate rye and barley bread, while wheat bread was reserved for wealthier folks. A typical laborer might consume between 450 and 900 grams of bread each day, roughly a whole modern loaf on their own. Another essential meal item was grain porridge. It was affordable, filling, and simple to prepare, just oats or barley mixed with water. People also added garden-grown vegetables like beans, onions, and root crops to their diets. These plants usually grew in small plots near their homes. Meat was a rare treat for farm workers. It generally appeared during special occasions or religious holidays, perhaps 40 to 50 times per year for those fortunate enough. Pork was the most common meat because pigs required little upkeep and could forage in nearby forests. Those living near rivers had access to fresh fish, while others relied on dried fish, especially during church fasting periods when eating meat was forbidden. Interestingly, chicken and eggs provided an important source of protein when meat was scarce. For drinks, clean water was often unavailable, so brewed beverages were the safer choice. Even children drank them. Records suggest adult men consumed about 4 liters of beer daily. Medieval beer had a lower alcohol content than modern brews, though working farmers likely tolerated mild intoxication, which might explain crooked furrows in their fields. Cooking back then took much longer than today. Women who usually handled food preparation often spent hours daily making bread, from grinding grain by hand, mixing dough, letting it rise, to baking it in communal ovens or over hot embers at home. This is very different from the fast meals we enjoy now. When harvests were good, this diet provided enough energy for tough manual labor. But a single poor harvest could spell disaster. Bad weather or conflicts could cause severe food shortages. Safety of food was never guaranteed. Old tales recount desperate efforts during famines, such as making flour from tree bark or boiling leather to eke out a meal. Seasons played a huge role in food availability. Late winter and early spring created a hunger gap when stored food dwindled and new crops weren't ready yet. Fall after the harvest was a time of plenty. One tradition involved baking enormous loaves of bread after harvest, sometimes weighing more than 18 kilograms. These large, simple meals kept farm workers going through difficult times and exhausting labor. Though their grain-heavy diet might seem dull by today's standards, this basic food was the backbone of medieval society. Yet eating was just one part of everyday life. Homes in the countryside during the Middle Ages were far from luxurious. A typical farm worker's house was tiny by modern standards, usually just 1 or 2 rooms for the whole family. These were not spacious homes with storage or bathrooms. Construction began with wooden beams from local trees, pine, oak or elm, whatever was available. Walls were mostly wattle and daub, meaning woven sticks covered with a mixture of mud, plant matter, animal dung and clay. This hardened mixture provided decent shelter from cold winds. Floors were simply packed earth. People sometimes scattered plants on the ground, but these coverings quickly trapped dirt, food scraps and animal waste. They were rarely changed, making floors smelly and unpleasant. Roofs were made from bundles of dried plants tied tightly together. A well-built straw roof could last up to 20 years if cared for, though they often sheltered mice, insects and birds. Roofs usually had a hole at the top for smoke to escape. Heating and cooking centered around an open fire in the main room. Most farmhouses lacked proper chimneys until the late Middle Ages, so smoke filled the upper parts of the house before drifting out through the roof hole or soaking into the straw. Holes letting in daylight were uncommon luxuries. Most houses had only small gaps, often covered by treated cloth, paper or wooden shutters when weather turned bad. Glass windows were rare, found mostly in churches or wealthy homes. Winter made living conditions more cramped as animals moved indoors with people. Cows, goats, chickens and pigs often shared the same room. This wasn't because people were especially fond of animals, but out of necessity. The animals' body heat helped warm the home, and keeping them inside prevented them from freezing or being stolen. Privacy was nearly unknown. Entire families slept together in one room, frequently crowded into large straw-filled beds. Children might sleep near their parents' feet or on patches of the floor nearby. Small biting insects were an annoying but regular presence. Historical studies of medieval homes show that typical English farmhouses measured about 37 square meters, smaller than many tiny modern apartments. Families of 5 to 8 people squeezed into these tight spaces. Storage required creativity. Ropes strung across ceiling beams held drying herbs and smoked meats. Tools were hung on walls. Every inch of space had a purpose, nothing went to waste. These modest shelters offered only basic protection against weather and wild animals, and needed constant repairs. Money mattered in medieval villages as well. Let's explore what a hard day's labor actually paid for farm workers. Most people worked the land, spending daylight hours plowing, planting, harvesting and caring for livestock. The labor was exhausting and non-stop, changing with the seasons. Spring demanded plowing and sowing seeds. Summer was for maintenance. Autumn brought the harvest and winter was for fixing tools, making cloth and other indoor jobs. Those not farming could find other work in crafts like metalworking, woodworking, leather crafting and weaving. Women often brewed beer, baked bread or processed fibers alongside household chores. Children started helping out by age 7, either assisting parents or learning trades. In 1300s England, an unskilled labourer typically earned 1 or 2 pennies a day. Skilled tradespeople, such as woodworkers or blacksmiths, might make 3 or 4 pennies daily. At that time, a single penny held far more value than today. What could that money buy? A good loaf of bread cost about half a penny. A chicken was around 2 pennies. A gallon of common beer went for 1 penny. Simple cloth for a shirt could cost 3 to 4 pennies. Farm workers often lived with little financial security. A bad harvest or unexpected expense could plunge families into debt or worse. Money wasn't always paid in coins. Many workers received food, shelter or land rights as compensation. For example, a blacksmith might repair a farmer's tools in exchange for grain. Some workers labored extra days for their landlord instead of paying rent for their small homes. The idea of regular wages was still developing. Many farmers were bound to the land legally, working without wages but keeping a share of their harvest after giving the landlord a required portion. This system meant social and economic status depended largely on birth. Records from medieval England reveal interesting details about pay. After the plague killed nearly half the population in the mid-1300s, workers were suddenly in high demand, and wages rose significantly, sometimes doubling or tripling. This shortage alarmed leaders so much that King Edward III passed laws in 1351 to freeze wages at pre-plague levels. Like many such laws, workers found ways to avoid them. Court documents show fines for workers demanding higher pay than allowed. One Oxford builder received 5 pennies a day plus meals, an unusually generous wage package. Though their homes gave only basic shelter and food barely met their needs. Medieval farmers' earnings left little room for advancement. Living on such small incomes was just one of many daily challenges. Contrary to popular belief, medieval farm workers did not labor non-stop without breaks. They actually had several rest days more than expected. Their work schedule revolved around church observances. Sundays were rest days by church law. Working on holy days risked harsh penalties from both church and state. This weekly break let workers attend services, rest and be with family, but Sundays were just the beginning. The medieval calendar included 40 to 50 church holidays and saint days annually when work was forbidden. Including Sundays, workers had about 1 day off for every 3 days worked. Large church celebrations often lasted several days. For instance, Christmas festivities spanned 12 days, running from December 25th to January 6th. During these periods, normal work came to a complete halt. What did farmers do with this unexpected free time? Drinking together was a major pastime. Village taverns acted like the social hubs of medieval towns where folks gathered to catch up on news, play music, take part in games and drink plenty of homemade brews. Drinking songs from the Middle Ages might have been the earliest group sing-alongs, rough and excited, often with extra verses about farming life. Physical competitions were very popular as well. Medieval football was nothing like today's soccer. It was more like chaotic matches where entire villages battled to move items between markers. Imagine a mix of soccer, rugby and a bar fight. Without clear rules but with plenty of injuries. With few rules and no referees, these contests frequently caused broken bones and cuts. Leaders often tried to ban them because of their violent nature and because they distracted men from practicing archery, which was important for national defense. Wrestling was another crowd favorite. Young men demonstrated their strength in these matches to win small rewards or gain respect in the village. Historical records indicate that accidental deaths during wrestling were not uncommon. For gentler amusement, farmers enjoyed music performances and dancing. Traveling musicians were rare and special guests, but many villages had talented locals playing flutes, drums, or stringed instruments. Simple circle dances were common during festivals, with people of all ages joining in. Storytelling was a big part of winter nights. Without any electronic entertainment, oral traditions thrived. Tales of heroes, saints, monsters and magic passed from generation to generation. The medieval version of binge-watching shows was an elder repeatedly recounting well-known dragon stories with no chance to skip ahead. These celebrations were more than just fun. They preserved cultural knowledge and useful wisdom. Interestingly, church documents complain about farmers skipping services to watch shows or games, suggesting that even in a time with few distractions, people still found ways to avoid required duties in favor of entertainment. Seasonal festivals helped mark the year's passing. In spring, villagers held pole dances, decorating tall poles with colorful ribbons while dancing around them. Midsummer featured large bonfires that people jumped over for good luck. Harvest time brought farming contests and community feasts where everyone shared food. Although historians once believed medieval farmers were constantly miserable, evidence from legal papers, church complaints, and archaeological finds tell a different story. These people worked very hard but also knew how to enjoy themselves when they could. These moments of rest and joy gave small towns the strength to face the difficult realities of medieval life. The ability to pause work, celebrate with neighbors, and briefly forget hardships was essential. Yet once the festivities ended, they returned to a world full of challenges needing different kinds of courage. People often picture medieval farmers as filthy and never washing. Movies show them with rotten teeth and covered in grime, but the truth is quite different. Medieval towns had cleanliness habits. Public bathhouses existed in many towns until late in the Middle Ages. People understood that being clean was comfortable and helped prevent some diseases. Many homes had wooden tubs filled with heated water for washing. During warm months, rivers served as natural baths. The idea that medieval people avoided water entirely isn't supported by history. Dental care, though very different from today's methods, was not ignored. Without toothbrushes, people used rough cloths to clean their teeth, sometimes applying mixtures of herbs, salt, or crushed charcoal as a primitive toothpaste. Herbal mouth rinses made from sage and mint helped freshen breath. These efforts, while basic, were genuine attempts at hygiene. Still, health problems were common. Without modern medicine, small injuries could turn deadly if infected. A simple farming cut might lead to blood poisoning. Poorly healed broken bones often caused permanent disability. Disease was the greatest danger. The Black Death wiped out between 30 and 60% of Europe's population in the mid-1300s. However, common illnesses claimed even more lives over time. Flu, typhoid, dysentery, and lung infections spread quickly in crowded living conditions. Childbirth was especially risky. Many women died during or shortly after delivery due to infections. This partly explains the high birth rates of the Middle Ages. Sadly, not all children survived to adulthood. Records from English villages show that for every 5 babies born, only 2 or 3 made it past 10 years old. Medical treatments combined practical knowledge with beliefs we now see as incorrect. Headache remedies included willow bark tea, which had natural pain relief alongside wearing special stones thought to heal but actually had no effect. Interestingly, some surgeons during the Middle Ages were quite skilled. They could set broken bones, remove bladder stones, and even perform basic eye operations for cataracts. Most of these treatments were done without effective pain relief, though sometimes alcohol or poppy-based medicines were used to ease discomfort. A common misconception concerns life expectancy in the Middle Ages. While it's true that the average age was around 30 to 40 years, this figure is misleading. High rates of infant and child mortality drastically lowered the average. Those who survived childhood often lived to 50 or 60 years old, which isn't drastically different from times before antibiotics in more recent history. Archaeological digs of old cemeteries reveal many medieval farmers suffered from joint problems, probably caused by years of hard labor. Tooth decay was widespread, but not mostly due to poor dental care. Instead, coarse bread wore down teeth, and with no dentistry available, any damage was permanent. The harsh reality of illness, injury, and limited medical understanding meant medieval farmers faced ongoing health struggles. However, they also endured constant financial pressures. Compared to today, medieval taxes were far heavier. The system was complicated and designed to extract as much as possible from people who had very little to spare. Farmers were under continuous financial strain, mostly paying their lords. Few owned land outright. Most held land from nobles and paid through a mix of money, crops, and labor. These payments weren't fixed, amounts fluctuated with harvest success, the lord's needs, or even the whims of the wealthy. Church taxes added to the burden mandated gifts of 10% of all produce. This tithe included crops, animals, and goods, and wasn't optional or deductible. Church officials inspected harvests to make sure the full amount was given. Additional fees popped up regularly in farmers' lives. Using the lord's mill for grinding grain required a fee. Marriages came with charges. When someone died, a death gift tax meant the lord took the thesis best tool or animal. Some fees came from unusual customs. In certain places, farmers paid when their daughters married, essentially compensating lords for losing workers. Elsewhere, lords held first rights to buy anything a farmer wanted to sell. Failing to pay could have severe consequences. Non-payers risked losing their land rights, being forced into extra labor, or even imprisonment. Debt wasn't just bad luck, it was seen as a moral and legal failing. Medieval records reveal inventive ways farmers met tax demands when money was scarce. One farmer in Yorkshire paid with homemade arrows, while a family in Normandy settled their debts by providing their lord with large cheeses every year for 7 years. The total tax load was crushing. Studies of English medieval estates suggest farmers might give up 20 to 30% of their produce through all kinds of payments. While that sounds similar to modern taxes, remember medieval farmers lived at subsistence levels. Losing even one egg to tax meant less food for their family. Tax collection times created added stress. Most payments were due after harvest, when crops could be sold. Bad harvests forced farmers to choose between feeding their family and meeting tax demands. Court documents show farmers used clever strategies to handle financial strain. Some formed informal lending groups, others took on crafts for extra cash. Many negotiated payment terms or appealed to lords for leniency. Money worries influenced every decision medieval farmers made, from what to plant to how many children to have. Still, despite all these hardships, they found ways to survive, sometimes thrive, and helped build communities and customs that influenced society for centuries to come. Everyday cleaning habits of regular people in Middle Ages. You might imagine that life for everyday people in the Middle Ages was pretty unpleasant, especially when it came to hygiene. But do you really understand how rough it actually was? Although people back then couldn't match our modern standards of cleanliness, they did make some effort to stay fresh. Without things like running water, shampoo, or barbershops, ordinary folks had to manage with very limited resources, which were often barely enough. If you think owning a few changes of clothes is normal, back then that would have made you quite wealthy. Keeping clean in medieval Europe was a constant struggle. Mountains of garbage and poor sanitation led to widespread illness. These filthy conditions attracted rats, insects, and other pests that carried dangerous diseases. Basic washing meant quick splashes of water and rubbing fragrant herbs on the body to mask smells and repel bugs. If you enjoy chilly baths in grimy water, you would have fit right in back then. The wealthy had wooden tubs with warm water, and townspeople could use public bathhouses, but the poor had to make do with much less. Since houses didn't have plumbing, common people had to fetch water from nearby streams, which made bathing a big chore. Most washed with just a small amount of often cold water. Many who didn't have proper indoor space would bathe outdoors, because hard manual labor left people dirty and sweaty. Bathing was important to remove grime and reduce the smell as well as keep away pests. Soap wasn't always available. When it was, it tended to be a simple mix of salt and lime. Since washing took so much effort, some just gave up on it altogether. The few fortunate enough to live in large homes had basic wooden toilets with holes over pits for waste. Most common folk didn't have anything like this. Poor people shared communal outhouses. If they had no access to those, they used chamber pots. And if even those were too expensive, simple buckets served as toilets. The contents were dumped into nearby holes or water sources. Instead of toilet paper, medieval poor used hay, leaves, moss, or dried grass to clean themselves after using the toilet. Speaking of those pits, people threw both bodily waste and household garbage into them, which made the stench unbearable. Some unlucky workers were assigned to empty these pits, but leaks often polluted the soil and groundwater anyway. Don't enjoy shopping? Medieval poor usually owned just one outfit. Wearing layers was common. Underclothes touching the skin were generally linen, topped with heavy wool garments. People knew clean clothes helped keep bugs away, and etiquette books recommended changing underclothes every day. For the poor though, that was rare. If lucky, some might change into cleaner clothes once a week while washing the rest. Those who couldn't afford laundry services washed their garments in rivers, often using harsh lye soaps. Unfortunately, medieval rivers were often filthy, filled with human waste, trash and runoff from streets. For many, especially the poor, dealing with pests was part of daily life. Bugs were such a nuisance that comb makers designed finer toothed combs to help remove dirt and parasites while grooming. People also used their fingers for the same task and gathered to pick bugs out of each other's hair, a strange kind of social event for ordinary folks. Despite all the hardships, poor medieval people did try to keep clean. Beyond pride, cleanliness was seen as a sign of good manners in their society. Good manners stressed washing one's face and hands upon waking and keeping hands clean throughout the day. This was something even the poor could manage, since it required only a little water, which was precious and hard to carry home. Because poor people ate with their hands, no forks or spoons. Washing before and after meals was especially important. Memory foam mattresses are nice now, but hay bedding did the job back then. Hay beds provided decent warmth and comfort for the poor. While some changed the hay stuffing regularly, many didn't, which allowed bugs and pests to settle in for long periods. Those with hay beds often battled bed bugs, fleas, lice and rats. To fight back, people mixed fragrant herbs and flowers like mint, chamomile and lavender into the hay. When possible, even poor people covered themselves at night with linen sheets and wool blankets. Long before modern feminine products existed, managing monthly bleeding was a real challenge for medieval women with little means. Though records are scarce, historians believe women back then used a range of makeshift solutions. Many probably relied on torn pieces of cloth. Some accounts suggest that strips of cloth were wrapped around small sticks to serve as rudimentary tampons, or soft moss was gathered as padding. It's also likely that some women simply didn't use anything, letting the blood soak into their garments. Because the church frowned upon menstruation, many women kept it hidden, sometimes carrying fragrant herbs or flowers to cover any odors. Considering that medieval women generally had shorter lifespans and that poor women worked hard with limited food, they probably had fewer menstrual cycles than women do today. Without toothbrushes, poor people cleaned their teeth using sticks. Hazel tree branches were especially favored. Some even rubbed bits of wool on their teeth and rinsed with water. Those with more resources created homemade toothpastes from ingredients like salt and sage to freshen breath and whiten teeth. Due to a lack of sugar in their diet, mainly because of financial constraints, poor people had surprisingly fewer cavities. However, the coarse, stone-ground bread they ate wore down their teeth considerably. When tooth problems became severe, extraction was necessary. Since there were no dentists, barbers usually performed tooth pulling. Without anesthesia, patients often drank alcohol beforehand to dull the pain. Eating utensils were rare. People often used their hands, which were not always clean, and chewed with unwashed mouths. The diet of medieval poor was mainly produced from their farms: beans, grains, vegetables and onions. But soil contamination was common, especially if food was grown near refuse pits or polluted water, which sometimes contained animal or human waste. With no refrigeration, fresh food was unavailable during winter months. Stored grains and root vegetables often spoiled or became infested with insects. Mold was another common problem. These food issues often led to stomach troubles and other illnesses. Meat was a luxury many poor people couldn't afford. When they did get meat, either by buying or slaughtering animals, they salted it to prevent spoilage. During bad harvests or harsh weather, hunger was a constant threat. Healthcare for the poor, and even for doctors, was quite limited. Medieval doctors believed that the body contained 4 humors connected to organs, seasons, elements and moods. They thought sickness arose when these humors were out of balance. They also believed that illness came from bugs inside the body. They recommended dietary rules such as avoiding too much fruit to prevent bug growth inside. They didn't understand that poor hygiene and waste disposal attracted pests. No matter how often people washed their hands, the lack of knowledge about germs and dirt meant everyone was vulnerable to disease. Mirrors were rare and expensive, often made from lead-backed glass or polished metal, giving blurry reflections. Vanity was mostly a concern for the wealthy. Mirrors were small, so many men visited barbers regularly for shaving. Poor men often couldn't afford barbers or didn't own mirrors, so beards were common in medieval towns. Microscopic pests were everywhere and living with them was normal. People used various plants and homemade remedies to try to get rid of bugs. Some tried household tricks like sticking candle-lit bread slices to trap bed bugs. Other treatments involved washing hair with seawater or inhaling lavender, which rarely worked. When these failed, people resorted to smoke and steam, burning chamomile seeds and breathing in the fumes or holding infected areas over hot water to kill imagined toothworms and mites. Doctors poured bitter liquids into ears to remove so-called earworms and applied harsh herbs to kill bugs on the body, though these plants often caused severe diarrhea. If patients vomited or had painful bowel movements, doctors sometimes blamed witchcraft or magic. Lots of people mistakenly believe women only started working outside the home in recent history, like during factory booms, the world wars, or the women's rights push of the 1960s. But actually, women have been earning wages throughout human history. The Middle Ages in particular give us clear proof of the kinds of jobs women held back then. An Old English text called Hali Medved describes a woman's daily home chores: soothing a crying baby, tending to animals, watching bread bake, caring for a young calf, stirring a cooking pot, and putting up with her husband's complaints. Still, housework was only one piece of their daily routine. Historical records show medieval women regularly worked outside the home in various roles. Most women, around 80%, lived on farms where producing dairy products was a steady source of income. Unlike the women who milked cows alongside men in the fields and faced harsh criticism, those making dairy items usually worked indoors, kept things clean, and handled valuable goods. A law document from 1388 England reveals that female dairy workers earned about 6 shillings a year less than men, but still a meaningful wage. Their tasks involved collecting milk from the milking women, filtering it through cloth to remove impurities, letting cream rise to the top, then turning that cream into butter and the leftover milk into cheese. Butter making was straightforward. Stirring cream until it thickened and separated from buttermilk, a simple job even beginners could manage. Even a single cow could provide enough dairy products for a family, while those with more animals could produce extra to sell. Making soft cheese became a small but profitable business for many women. The process required just milk, salt, and something sour, usually homemade vinegar or old apple juice. This mixture caused solids to separate quickly from the liquid. Women then pressed these solids into cloth-lined molds, placing weights on top to firm the cheese. Larger dairy operations continuously produced batches, aging some cheese while selling others in the market. Historical accounts often mention women as professional bakers, either making whole loaves or managing shared ovens where neighbors brought dough to bake. These bakers had to follow guild rules controlling bread prices and weights. Breaking these rules could lead to serious trouble. For example, London bakers Alice de Brighton and Lucy de Pickering cheated by hiding a helper under their table, who secretly took bits of customers' dough. They combined these scraps to bake extra loaves to sell. When discovered, both were jailed until officials destroyed their special tables. Managing the oven fire was a vital part of baking. At night, bakers used a curfew, the origin of the word we use today, to cover hot coals, preventing sparks from igniting straw roofs in tightly packed neighborhoods. Beer brewing remained mainly women's work during the Middle Ages. Most families brewed ale for their own use, but selling beer was often run by women called alewives. This trade could be quite profitable and attracted workers from wealthy backgrounds. Like baking, brewing had strict rules, with harsh punishments for those who cut corners. The work was physically risky. Records tell of accidents in breweries. One story is about Juliana Dios, whose busy beer business employed several women. Tragedy struck when a brewing assistant slipped carrying grain near boiling water, falling in and dying from severe burns despite rescue attempts. Medieval city women also worked in many crafts: woodworking, painting, goldsmithing, and metalworking. Fewer women did these trades not because they lacked skill but because male-run guilds kept them out. Still, women often took over these roles when their male relatives died. Were Middle Ages farm workers actually slaves? Pinpointing exactly how many people lived in medieval England is quite tricky. The Domesday Book, a remarkable survey completed under William the Conqueror in 1086, recorded a lot of details about the kingdom but only named around 83,000 individuals. However, this count left out important groups: women, children, church members, London residents, and areas with incomplete records. Using this partial data, historians estimate England's total population in the 11th century to be somewhere between 2 and 2.5 million. The vast majority of people back then, about 90 to 95%, lived in the countryside and small villages. Only 5 to 10% lived in towns or cities, which were still quite small compared to modern standards. Even London, which was large for its time, would seem tiny today. So most medieval life centered around farming. Farm workers generally fell into two categories: those who were tied to the land, not free, and those who were free. But what made tied workers different from slaves? Quite a bit. Tied workers were connected to the land, and when the land changed ownership, they went with it. But they retained rights to farm and live on that land, rights that the lord couldn't simply take away. This system is somewhat like today's property sales, where renters have legal protections, even when the building changes hands. Slaves, on the other hand, could be bought and sold separately from land. Interestingly, during the Norman period, slavery seemed to decline significantly. Church leaders, including Bishop Anselm, condemned the practice. He famously said it was wrong to trade people like common animals. The Normans appear to have worked to end the slave trade that had been common earlier in the Middle Ages. One known slave trade route ran between Bristol and Dublin, the latter founded by Vikings as a slave port. Bristol, which later became infamous for its role in the transatlantic slave trade, already participated in medieval slave trading. The Domesday Book mentions some English slaves, but they were a small minority. Most farm workers were peasants with rights. The Norman conquest seems to have initiated one of the Western world's earliest efforts to replace slavery with tied service, giving workers basic protections. Lords could be punished for abusing their tied workers, but they still charged fees and duties. For example, when a tied worker died, the lord could claim their best animal as a death tax, similar to modern inheritance taxes. Lords could also demand payments for marriage permissions and sometimes controlled who workers married or where they lived afterward. A particularly hated rule forced tied workers to use the lord's mill to grind grain. While farmers could grind grain at home, this obligation made money for the lord but frustrated workers, as the miller often overcharged. Records even show a lord fined 40 shillings, a huge amount then, worth thousands today, for beating a tied worker. Since daily wages were about a penny, 40 shillings equaled months of labor. The Magna Carta later protected these workers by preventing lords from ruining them financially through land or tool confiscation, much like modern bankruptcy laws that safeguard someone's livelihood. Most medieval farm workers lived on a manor that included 2 or 3 villages. Families had small plots and answered to one lord who controlled the community. Some lords managed just a few villages, others many more. Tied workers usually worked 2 or 3 days a week for their lord doing required tasks, while free people mostly paid rent in money, though sometimes offered labor instead. Not everyone belonged to the manor system. Large religious communities had working brothers, non-clergy, who performed physical tasks for the church. England's geography split roughly along a diagonal line from northwest to southeast. The northeastern section, called the Danelaw, settled by northern Europeans, followed different laws and customs. The Domesday Book notes fewer tied workers in this area. Most were free tenants who paid rent. In northern counties like Northumberland, special taxes applied based on ownership of horned animals, a leftover medieval tradition. In southern Kent, King Edward I, Longshanks or Hammer of the Scots, declared all residents free, creating distinct social structures across England's regions. Some medieval records describe farm labourers' roles with striking clarity. For instance, a document known as the Peterborough Black Book, dating from around 1125-1128, outlined the expectations for village men. They had to till 4 acres during spring, dedicate 3 days each week to work, and hand over 60 chickens plus 640 eggs each year. Meanwhile, the real-life Knights Templar, often remembered today for dramatic legends, also maintained precise instructions for their workers. Their accounts mention grass cutting 4 days a week until all was harvested and hay was stored, transporting goods to Gloucester 20 miles away, or to wherever the commander demanded, and relocating sheep enclosures twice a year. These instructions were highly specific, and any failure to meet them came with penalties. Over time, however, religious institutions began favoring money over labor. This shift likely reflected the convenience of currency. Coins could travel and serve diverse needs, unlike labor tied to specific schedules and places. As a result, across the Middle Ages, enforced farm labor gradually gave way to cash payments, even for those officially labeled as unfree. Medieval documents also highlight fluidity in social categories. Families that appeared as free in earlier records might be listed as unfree later on, and vice versa. The difference often hinged on land. Some plots came with obligations, so people might accept reduced status in return for better farmland, while others gave up land to gain freedom. The truth was more layered than neat labels. Legal documents show people going to court to assert their status, often debating whether their parents had been free or bound. If someone free married someone unfree, courts had to settle the standing of their children. Clearly, social identity held deep importance for many individuals, even if others didn't seem as concerned. Between the 900s and 1100s, legal institutions took an active role in classifying people as free or bound. One major distinction was based on how people held land. The Latin phrase terra ad furcum et flagellum, land by pitchfork and whip, asked whether one owed services or simply paid rent. Those who worked the land under obligation to a lord were deemed unfree, while those who paid rent were labeled free, but most villagers fell in between, doing both chores and paying fees, forcing courts to assess their situation on a case-by-case basis. Since lawsuits weren't cheap, these status debates clearly carried weight. Motivations may have ranged from pride and financial gain to simply wanting legal clarity. With literacy rare and few written records available, the pitchfork and whip system became a key method of identifying someone's legal and social role. So how could a bound laborer rise to freedom? There were several options. One common method was paying a fee called quit rent, which freed them from obligations. Technically, they needed someone else to pay on their behalf since they weren't allowed to own property, but in practice, lords usually accepted the money without concern. Sometimes these grants of freedom were public events, with town leaders overseeing the ceremony, showing how symbolic and valued the act could be. People may have done this for social mobility, reduced taxes, or personal dignity. Another method involved fleeing to a city. The well-known medieval idea that city air makes one free referred to runaways who managed to stay hidden in towns for a full year and a day. While lords might send people to retrieve them, growing cities often protected these newcomers, knowing their labor and energy boosted urban growth. Joining the church offered a third path. Those who entered religious life stepped outside the usual social rankings and were judged by church law rather than civil courts. Serious wrongdoing could lead to isolation in a monastery, not execution, showing the church's different approach to justice and status. Lastly, although rarely documented in contemporary sources, military service may have also opened doors to freedom. Shakespeare's Henry V hints at this, where the king tells his soldiers that their service could raise them up regardless of their background. While we can't verify this fully through records, Shakespeare's reference, written in a period still close to the medieval mindset, implies that fighting for the crown might have helped some men break free of their past.